You're live.
Madam Mayor, it's 6:10 and we are live. Madam Mayor, you're muted.
Good evening again. I'd like to call the May 4th, 2020 regular City Commission meeting to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Betty Resch,
Here.
Vice Mayor Herman Robinson,
Here.
Commissioner Sarah Maliga,
Here.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioners Kim Stokes.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay. Tonight, I'm going to lead the invocation or moment of silence, and I am going to rise up. And I'm going to give my basic prayer. My basic prayer is, help me, help me, help me, and thank you, thank you, thank you. Amen. Amen. And the Pledge of Allegiance is Commissioner McVoy. Commissioner McVoy.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any additions, deletions, or reordering?
Yes, Madam Mayor, there is just a change to one of the items tonight, and it is on the consent agenda, item C, the ratification of appointments and reappointments to various advisory boards has been revised to delete the following section: Planning and Zoning Board, Commissioner Maliga's appointment of Ricardo Martin to the Planning and Zoning Board to fill an unexpired term ending on July 31st, 2022. This section of the item will be brought back at a future meeting.
Okay, thank you. So that's the only change.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And I guess we're going to be coming back.
And if you would take a vote on that.
Oh, thank you. Do I have a motion to accept the change?
So moved.
Any second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Unanimously approved. Thank you. Okay. So now we have presentation. And we have a presentation regarding cyanobacteria by Ronaldo Diaz. I'm sorry if I didn't say your name correctly.
It is a PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for having me. For just 10 minutes, there's a lot of hydrology and microbiology to cover. So my name is Ronaldo Diaz. I started and I run Lake Worth Water Treatment. We're a 501c3 that advocates for the Lake Worth Lagoon, its role in the greater Everglades, and we primarily focus on things like environment and habitat quality and water quality standards. Next slide.
A clicker.
There you go. So I'm here because many of you and many community members have seen the warning signs that were at Spillway Park, right on the northern boundary of our town here. And that was because that cyanobacterial bloom, which is normally associated with Lake Okeechobee, was right at our doorstep, right at the spillway because of Lake O discharging. And I'm here to tell you those signs are pretty inadequate. So if those signs were a cause of panic, I can tell you they don't really truly capture the kind of gravity and the severity of the situation. Next slide. And to get to the reason why we're dealing with this problem and why we're going to be dealing with it more, we really have to kind of backtrack, and we have to understand a little bit of the history of the Lake Worth Lagoon. This is a map from 1839. So, to put that into perspective, this was before Jewel. This was before the lagoon was even called Hypoluxo. And this was one of the first surveying maps. It's really significant. It's one of our favorites because it was the first map in our history that accurately put Lake Okeechobee in its location and place in Florida. And if you look, it's really hard to see, but you see the sliver just south of Jupiter Inlet, that's our lagoon. And noticeably absent from this map is there's no physical connection, there's no surface connection between Lake O and the Lake Worth Lagoon. And that, and also there's no connection to the ocean too at this point. So at this point in history, the lagoon was a landlocked freshwater lake. Next slide. And now since then, there's been loads of changes. I won't bore you with the hundreds of years of environmental law, but now we have the system that we know and love today, which is a series of canals that predominantly were designed to drain the surface wetlands that were in between the Lake Worth Lagoon and Lake Okeechobee so that we could live here, right? Specifically in the Everglades agriculture area, which is the western half of the watersheds where all the sugar farms are. And then up until right about where the ridge is and still is now. So there's a mixture of habitats now, and the takeaway to know now where we're at with this system is that it's completely a man-made hydrologic system. Its primary purpose is to keep us dry, right? We need to live here, so we need to fight off floods, and so on and so forth. And another takeaway is that, noticeable on this map is the Lake Worth Lagoon is really small compared to the rest of what we call the watershed, right? We're hooked up to Lake Okeechobee right now, and we have what's known as a 42-to-1 input ratio, which essentially means for every square mile of the actual body of the lagoon, there's 42 square miles of land that inputs in terms of urban and agriculture runoff into the lagoon. That's really important to understand because that's a very significant number. To put that into perspective, Indian River Lagoon is a 5-to-1 ratio. Biscayne Bay is an 11-to-1 ratio, which is about more on par of what you find in nature. And that's something to keep in mind and why this is a problem, because that extreme input ratio already places the Lake Worth Lagoon at a really sensitive and difficult place in terms of runoff and pollution that comes in to the Lake Worth Lagoon. So right now, our main connection to Lake Okeechobee is the C51 canal along Southern Boulevard. That splits up into 3 different conveyances. The main one is that middle one. The L is called the L10 canal, and then the L8 canal up on the north one. And those little green flags on there are where I have already reported within the last week the cyanobacteria bloom, which are well beyond toxic standards. So you might have seen on the news and others hanging out at Pahokee Marina doing a photo op, seeing look how bad it is in Lake Okeechobee. Well, the thing that they are not commenting on is that's actually far beyond the lake already. Lake Okeechobee water is being discharged towards us via these canals, and it's happening more often. And along with that Lake Okeechobee water comes the nutrient pollution, comes the cyanobacteria especially. And you can see on those little green markers, it goes all the way to the M canal. So we'll take a little tour of what that looks like. So next slide. Next slide, please. So this is a photo of Pahokee Marina, and obviously it's an aerial photo, and the cyanobacteria bloom is really visible here. This was taken last week. The thing to understand is this stuff is all over Lake Okeechobee. It's about, I think our last satellite imagery measured it at around like 300, 400 square miles. And the only reason why you see it really prominent in the marina here is because it's kind of a poor design. It holds the water up. It makes it really stagnant. So the cyanobacteria likes to float up. And that's where it really takes in sunlight, feeds off that nutrient pollution, and just takes over. This stuff is really toxic. You notice the blue there. When it starts turning blue and really like psychedelic looking, that means it's pretty much dying. And at that point, it's releasing all the toxic stuff that it creates. So next slide. So this is just outside of Lake O. This is along what we call the L10 canal, which is the one in the middle. That's spillway 352, which is one of the structures that connects the lake to that canal, which is basically the first stop of lake water to make its way through the watershed towards the Lake Worth Lagoon. And here you notice it's not really visible in the water. It was visible in person. You can't see it in pictures, but you see it along the rocks. And that's because here the water is flowing really quickly because they're discharging this water towards us. So when the water is moving, the cyanobacteria is basically spread out in the water column and it doesn't get that chance to get up on the surface. Next slide. Along the way, this is still on the L10 canal. This is in the sugar fields, and you notice it's starting to collect on the sides. It's turning blue. It's still really toxic, and it's making our way through the watershed. Next slide. The entire canal looks like this, by the way. Here's a structure on that canal. You see those two culverts and the structure on the left there. These and many other along this canal are what's using LACO water, essentially water coming from those canals, the L8 and L10, and using that water to irrigate the fields. So this stuff is in the water, they're irrigating our crops with it. Next slide. It's another similar structure, still along the way. Remember those tags are moving our way down the canals. Is another major structure. That's a bigger canal that's used to irrigate the sugar fields. You see the sugar fields on the left. The one on the right looks brown because it was recently burned and harvested. You can still see a little bit of smoke in the background, which is another environmental concern, but that's not our concern here. But next slide. This is an overhead. You can see that, on the right of this image is that major canal, the L10. So that water is being fed through. It gets really, binded up on that structure, but it's still being sent to the left. And it's hard to see in the screen. If you look closely, it's all along the shore. It's kind of caked on those rocks, similar to the other images where, as it goes down that canal, it starts feeding or starts irrigating these sugar fields. And it's really important because the way they irrigate is they're not using sprinklers. They're actually flooding the fields, saturate the soil. And then when they draw that water down, they bring it back into the canal, which of course brings on even more runoff and more nutrient pollution, which further fuels the algae bloom, the cyanobacteria bloom. And then that water goes back into that main canal and continues to head our way to Lake Lagoon. Next slide. This one is really significant. So this is what we call the M canal. And this is about the furthest that I've documented this bad. You can see it all along a C51, but in terms of a surface bloom and severely noxious, you don't really want to stand around it. It's really hard to breathe in this area. But what you need to know about this canal, this is the M canal, which connects one of those canals that we talked about, the L8, it's kind of like the northern canal and the EAA. This is a shorter canal that connects that, brings Lake Okeechobee water to Grassy Waters Preserve. So to the right of this image, it goes underneath a culvert, and then pretty much within walking distance is Grassy Waters Preserve. And you'll know that's really significant because Grassy Waters Preserve is probably our only surface water source for drinking water for towns like West Palm and Palm Beach. As we know, this stuff is really toxic, and it's left out of a lot of legislation that would, require agencies to protect us from it. Next slide. So why are we concerned about cyanobacteria? This stuff is incredibly toxic. It's a really interesting bacteria. It's probably the oldest life form on the planet. It's most likely what gave us an atmosphere. If you remember middle school science and they talked about that primordial soup was probably made up of mostly cyanobacteria. And there's many different species. The one that we're especially concerned about in the Everglades is Microcystis aeruginosa. It's the dominant species that we find in Lake Okeechobee. And that species can produce both neurotoxins and hepatotoxins. Neurotoxins, for example, BMAA, it's an amino acid that we have linked to ALS, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, all kinds of neurodegenerative diseases. Microcystin LR is the most common hepatotoxin. It's the one we test for most often. That one attacks your liver. A single exposure is enough to put you on a lifelong downhill public health issue of gastrointestinal issues, so on and so forth. There's also research out there that suggests microcystin LR. It doesn't cause cancer, but if you have cancer and you have this in your body, it can speed up the growth of cancer cells. And why is it, what makes it toxic? Yes, eating fish, swimming in water, touching it, that's not good ideas, but also we know exposure from even as far away as 20 miles away and breathing this stuff in. So you don't even have to be seeing this cyanobacteria bloom. You can be really far away. There's been research done in areas like Stewart where they do a nasal swab of residents in the community. And they figured out that even as far as like 5 miles away, 100% of the 70 something people that they swabbed had cyanobacteria in their nostrils. And let's keep in mind that that's S155 spillway is less than 2 miles from here, right? Like 1.9 miles. Next slide. And so why is this a problem? Well, right now, we do take Lake Okeechobee discharging on a fairly regular basis, and it's actually going to be even worse. And one of the reasons why is because, you know, I talked about that history of the Lake Worth Lagoon and how it used to be a freshwater lake. Well, because of that distinction, because this lagoon wasn't always a coastal estuary of the Everglades, we get excluded, we as in the water body gets excluded from really important policy. This is one example. It's called the Northern Everglades and Estuary Protection Plan, or NEEP for short. It was passed in 2007. And essentially it was just designed to expand another important federal policy, LOPA, Lake Okeechobee Protection Act, to include the northern estuaries of the Greater Everglades, which the Lake Worth Lagoon is a northern estuary of the Greater Everglades when you talk to scientists and common sense definition, except the law hasn't caught up. Because of that change in that history, NEEP specifically excludes Lake Worth Lagoon from important policy decisions. And what ends up happening is the Lake Worth Lagoon, with these exclusions, agencies can use that as an excuse to pretty much ignore any kind of study or any kind of work that needs to be done in the Lake Worth Lagoon. Next slide. And the real specific one, for example, there's many things that I would suggest the city and you as commissioners and representatives of our community to do. One of those specific policies is what we call a Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual, LOSOM for short. It's a part of a really big piece of environmental law called CNSF project, the Central and Southern Florida System Operating Plan, which is in essence, it's a lot of law and a lot of projects that need to be done to restore the Everglades, the Greater Everglades system. But because we were excluded from things like NEEP and other policy, this plan, LOSOM, which the end result at the end of this process is going to be a change to the policy that determines how Lake Okeechobee water is discharged, right? Where that water that's filled with cyanobacteria and pollution, where it's going to end up. And because the Lake Worth Lagoon has been excluded from so much policy, LOSOM, which has been going on for some time now, if it continues, the project delivery team, it's part of the Army Corps of Engineers, if they continue down the route that they do, and they're kind of at the latter end of this process, we're looking at even more discharging of that cyanobacteria of Lake Okeechobee water that's polluted into the Lake Worth Lagoon right through our backyard. So we have to endure more of it. And they do it by ways of, well, you know, by policy, Lake Worth Lagoon is not defined as a northern estuary by law. So maybe we don't need to put as much money into the science in terms of the impact of that's going to happen to the environment or to us, you know, the public community. And so this team, this reads fairly regularly. The next meeting is actually this Friday, 9 to 3. It's online. You can also submit comments by letter, highly suggested, or by email. And basically what I'm asking is for this town, Lake Worth Beach, and ideally everyone in the watershed, not just around the Lake Worth Lagoon, but along that C51 canal, anyone in the path of this pollution and cyanobacteria really needs to be working together as a community, submitting comment letters, engaging in this process, and telling the Corps of Engineers and agencies like the South Florida Water Management District that we, Lake Worth Lagoon as a northern estuary, do not want this discharging, this FLACO discharging into our backyards.
So that would be the, that I'm glad you put the, what would the comment be, a succinct comment to email in or to?
A really good succinct comment is Lake Worth Lagoon is incredibly special in terms of environment. It's the base of our economy. It's the reason why people come here. And then above all else, the community here is really concerned that if we were going to take Lake Okeechobee water with the cyanobacteria and all the pollution that's associated with it, like, you know, we talked about how serious cyanobacteria is. If we take more of that, we're just going to be hurt.
damaging to Lake Worth Lagoon,
Very damaging.
to the health, okay?
Yeah, very damaging to Lake Worth Lagoon, especially, remember that 42-to-1 input ratio. Lake Worth Lagoon can only take so much. And with that extreme input ratio, there's really, it's already hanging on like a thread, basically. And if we take any more, I'm not so confident that we're going to be able to recover like in other places around the country.
Madam
Thank you.
Mayor, we're way over the 10-minute mark on this one.
And he's just wrapped up.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much. And we don't have to take any action, but I would defer almost to Commissioner McVoy to speak for us to that email.
Yes, we've been in communication. I've also been in communication with Brian Shields, our water person. He
Right.
serves on the technical advisory committee. The county is putting in comments, but I think I would certainly agree with Ronaldo that the more comments that go in, the better. The Corps is in a tough spot because they have to get water out of the lake, and they either send it up to the St. Lucie or they send some of it to us. They really need to be moving towards sending it down south through the Everglades. That's the ultimate right solution, but they're not there yet.
Is there a way for the city for us to pass like a resolution or something to show our official support as a city?
I think we could certainly do that, and there's no harm in doing that. There's certainly some benefit. The other angle that Ronaldo and I have spoken on is, which I'll pursue, is reach out to West Palm because they border on this, and the
other
whole
side.
aspect of aerial exposure of it means anybody who's along the Lake Worth Lagoon potentially has exposure.
Okay.
So, and we might want to reach to Lantana as well.
So could we have a resolution on the next agenda?
Yeah. Ronaldo and I can put that together.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do you hear that?
We'll facilitate that.
Okay.
I
thank
do,
you.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, sorry, I just don't know who's hearing what.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm hoping that we can.
Thank you.
Thank you for the education.
Next up, it is a proclamation for World Falun Dafa Day. Is anyone here for that? Okay, then I will just read it. This is a proclamation. Whereas May 13th is recognized as World Falun Dafa Day, which is celebrated by people in more than 114 countries around the globe. And whereas founded by Mr. Li Hangzi, Falun Dafa, also known as Falun Gong, is a type of Qigong, a traditional Chinese spiritual discipline for mind and body. And whereas Falun Dafa is a complete and powerful system consisting of 5 simple exercises that can be performed by anyone regardless of age, physical condition, or prior experience. And whereas the practice uses slow, gentle movements and meditation to cultivate the body, mind, and spirit, and it's guided by the characteristics of the universe: truthfulness, compassion, and forbearance. And whereas, since Mr. Li Hangzai first introduced Falun Dafa to the public in China in 1992, the practice has quickly spread and is now the most popular Qigong system in the world today. And today, Falun Dafa is practiced by over 100 million people in more than 70 countries, and its main works are available in more than 40 languages. And whereas Falun Dafa was introduced to Florida in 1996, and since then, many Floridians have learned and benefited from the practice, and there are now practitioners and practice sites all across the state offering this easy-to-learn, enjoyable activity free of charge. And whereas people of all ages, cultures, and backgrounds practice Falun Dafa, and those who practice regularly find that it can relieve stress, create harmony, and improve health as it cleanses the mind and body while focusing on increasing energy and wisdom, promoting spiritual growth, and attaining inner peace. I, therefore, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by the virtue of authority vested in me, do hereby proclaim May 13th, 2021 as World Falun Dafa Day, and congratulate all practitioners of Falun Dafa who share the desire to improve themselves using this powerful, proven system of cultivation and self-development. In witness whereof, I have set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach to be affixed this 4th day of May, 2021. And we will present that too. Now we have an FDOT, Florida Department of Transportation presentation on the 10th Avenue North and I-95 interchange. Is there any-
Yeah, good evening, Madam Mayor and Commission. Jamie Brown, Public Works Director. So for this item, this is regarding the 10th Avenue North interchange at I-95 and the DDI, the Diverging Diamond Interchange. This was originally brought to the Commission back on January 19th. Obviously, since then, the only person who was there back then was Commissioner Robinson. So we felt this was important to bring it back to you guys. So you're up to speed on what the design is and what is going to be happening. So what we have is multiple people from DOT on the line, as well as David Ricks, our county engineer, Mo Alturk, who's the director for county traffic. Should you guys have any traffic or signalization questions? And right now I'll hand it over to the FDOT District 4 project manager, Humberto Herrera. And real quick, Keith, I had sent you a list to make sure all those I just mentioned are panelists, if you could, please. Humberto, the floor is yours.
And where is he?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Commission. My name is Andrew Nunes with American Consulting Engineers. I'll be representing Humberto Arieta, who is the FDOT project manager for this study. Can you guys see my screen? I've shared it with you. You should see the presentation.
Yep.
Okay, so if I will, I'll continue to go on with the presentation. So again, as I mentioned, my name is Andrew Nunes. I'm here representing the Department of Transportation. This is the project development study for State Road 9 I-95 at 10th Avenue North interchange. Today's agenda will include an introduction, the project development and environmental PD&E study, project description, key project issues, alternative analysis, summary schedule, a project animation, and a closing. So the project location, it's from State Road 9 I-95 interchange at 10th Avenue North. It's in Palm Beach County, Florida, within the city of Lakewood Beach. The limits along State Road 9 I-95, it's a 10-lane undivided interstate facility. It's on the strategic intermodal system. Posted speed limit is 65 miles per hour. The adjacent interchanges are 6th Avenue South and Forest Hill Boulevard to the north. 10th Avenue North is a 4-lane divided facility west of I-95, and it's a 4-lane divided facility east of I-95. It's an urban minor urban minor arterial, and the posted speed limit is 40 miles per hour. The South Florida Rail Corridor, CSX Railway, runs parallel to I-95 on the west side. Let's look at the introduction. What is a PD&E study, or project development and environmental study? It's a process followed by FDOT to evaluate engineering alternatives, environmental impacts, social, cultural, and economic impacts associated with a planned transportation project. It's mandated by the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, and is required when federal funds are involved. So the PD&E process is a second phase in a normal 6-phase project implementation program. The PD&E study consists of data collection, preliminary concept analysis, engineering analysis and design, environmental analysis, public involvement, and final documents. Because of minimal impacts to the environmental, traffic operations, and no right-of-way acquisition, this project has been reclassified as a categorical exclusion type 1. As a result, there will not be a public hearing and no need for location design concept acceptance. The project limits for the study on I-95 is from south of 10th Avenue North to north of 10th Avenue North. On 10th Avenue North is from east of North Detroit Street to North A Street. The project purpose and need is to improve the local and transportation network while also providing enhanced multimodal interrelationships at the I-95 at 10th Avenue North interchange. Project need, the primary criteria is for reduced congestion and improve interchange operation and avoid any traffic spillback onto I-95. Also want to improve safety conditions by reducing conflicts and accommodate the future traffic demand through the 2045 design year. Secondary criteria is to improve multimodal pedestrian and bicycle connectivity, improve freight access and mobility, and enhance emergency evacuation. There was an existing crash analysis that was done for 10th Avenue North for a 5-year of crash data from 2014 to 2018. There were a total of 198 crashes recorded that resulted in 95 injuries and no fatalities. The prominent crash types were rear end at 51%, angle at 14.4%, and side swipe at 8.6%. The graphic above shows the majority of crashes were at Barnett Drive, I-95 southbound ramp intersection, and North A Street. Let's talk about what is level of service. Level of service is a standard measurement based on a vehicle delay and speed that reflects the relative ease of traffic flow on a scale of A to F. So essentially, level of service A is free flow traffic. Level of service F is highly congested traffic conditions, as shown below here in the graphic. So this slide shows the existing year conditions. The boxes at the top show the lane configurations. The boxes in the middle show the delay in seconds and level of service for the 4 study intersections. The text boxes in the middle on the top, these are the AM delay and level of service. The text box in the middle on the bottom here, those are the level of service and delay in the PM time. At Barnett Drive, the level of service in the AM is C, and in the PM is the level of service D. At the I-95 southbound ramp intersection, level of service in the AM is C, and in the PM, the level of service is C. At the I-95 northbound ramp intersection, the level of service is E in the AM and D in the PM. At North A Street, the level of service in the AM is D, and in the PM, the level of service is D. So this slide basically shows if there's no action in the year 2045, in other words, no improvements are made within the corridor. At Barnett Drive, you can see the level of service in the AM and PM is going to be a level of service of F. At the I-95 southbound ramp intersections, it's going to be F and AM and PM, and also the northbound off ramp, F in the AM and PM, and North A Street is going to be E in the AM and in the PM. So this slide summarizes the alternative analysis process for the project. The no action alternative, meaning no improvements will be done for the project, is always a viable alternative. The build alternatives are usually long-term, meet the purpose and need for the project, and they're considered ultimate improvements, usually open to traffic within 8 to 10 years. The flow chart on the right shows the no action alternative, and on the left, it also shows the 2 build alternatives. The alternatives are screened based on evaluation criteria shown in the gray box, and they're presented at the alternative public workshop, and following the workshop, the preferred alternative is selected. Let's look at the first build alternative that was looked at for the study. Build alternative number 1 was a tight urban diamond interchange. This alternative will enhance the existing configuration of the interchange. Improvements for this alternative include widening 10th Avenue North over I-95 to provide 1 additional through lane in the eastbound and westbound direction, and an additional westbound to southbound left turn lane. Will also include widening the southbound and northbound off ramps to provide 1 additional left turn lane and a right turn lane. At the intersection of Barnett Drive, a westbound to northbound right turn lane was added. The improvements at the intersection at Barnett Drive are common with both bill alternatives. This alternatives will include widening the bridge over the I-95 and also the South Florida Rail Corridor on the north side to accommodate the new lanes. This alternative will also include accommodation of 7-foot wide buffered bicycle lanes within the interchange between Barnett Drive and North A Street. So this slide shows the typical sections for the bridge widening for alternative 1. The typical section on the top shows the bridge over the South Florida Rail Corridor that will be widened on the north side to provide 11-foot wide lanes and a buffered bicycle lane and a 6-foot wide sidewalk. Typical section on the bottom shows the bridge over I-95 that will be widened on the north side to provide 2 11-foot wide lanes, a 7-foot wide buffered bike lane, and a 6-foot wide sidewalk. Bill alternative 2 is the divergent diamond interchange, as shown here in the graphic. The improvements for this alternative include modifying the existing tight urban diamond interchange to a divergent diamond configuration. We also include widening the northbound off-ramp to provide 1 additional turn lane. At the intersection of Barnett Drive, a westbound to northbound right turn lane was added. This alternative also includes the widening of the bridge over I-95 on the South Florida Rail Corridor on the north side to accommodate the reconfigured interchange. In this alternative, pedestrian movements are moved towards the center or the median within the bridge area. This alternative will include accommodation of a 7-foot wide buffered bicycle lane within the interchange between Barnett Drive and North A Street. This slide shows the typical section for the bridge widening for alternative 2. Typical section on the top shows the bridge over the South Florida Rail Corridor that will be widened on the north side to provide 2 right turn lanes, a 7-foot wide buffered bike lane, and an 8 to 10-foot wide multi-use path. The typical section on the bottom shows the bridge over I-95 that will be reconfigured to accommodate the divergent diamond interchange and provide 7-foot wide buffered bike lanes and a 10-foot wide multi-use path along the roadway where there is sufficient right-of-way. The traffic analysis for the 2045 year conditions for Bill Alternative 1, the results are shown in the slide. At Barnett Drive, the level of service in the morning is D, and in the afternoon is the level of service of D. At I-95 southbound ramp intersection, the level of service will be D in the AM and PM. At I-95 northbound ramp intersection, the level of service will be D in the AM and PM. And the same thing will be for this alternative at North A Street will be D in the AM and PM. Looking at the divergent diamond interchange, you can clearly see that the improvements in terms of the level of service and the reduction in delay as shown in this exhibit. At Barnett Drive, the level of service is going to be C in the AM and D in the PM. At the northbound and southbound ramp intersections will be B in the AM and PM. And at the North A Street intersection, you can see the level of service is D in the AM and PM, which is a significant increase from if there's without doing anything in the corridor. The delay has been significantly reduced from about between 50 to 70 seconds down to 32.5 and 31 seconds. The drainage analysis for this project is required to meet the FDOT and South Florida Water Management District criteria. The drainage requirements for this project are being met within the existing right-of-way by modifying the existing dry detention ponds and swales within the interchange that is conveyed to the E4 canal. Modifications to the existing collection system will be required. No additional right-of-way acquisition is proposed for ponds. This slide summarizes the environmental analysis for the bill alternatives. Social and economic resources expected to have minimal to no impacts. Cultural resources expected to have minimal to no impacts. Natural resources expected to have minimal to no impacts. and physical resources are expected to have minimal to no impacts. This slide shows the locations of the existing noise barrier walls. Essentially, they're all along the east side adjacent to the residential areas. There's no any additional improvements that are required at the noise wall locations based on the final noise study report. This slide summarizes the preliminary right-of-way impacts for each build alternative. As you can see, for alternative 1, it's approximately $30,000, and there's no right-of-way acquisition required for build alternative 2. This slide summarizes the preliminary construction costs, engineering design, CEI costs, and right-of-way costs for each build alternative. You can see for alternative 1, there's an increase in cost difference between alternative 1 and also between alternative 2. This slide shows the evaluation matrix that was prepared to compare the build alternatives to the no action alternative. The major evaluation factors on the left include the engineering, traffic operations, safety impacts, bridge widening. You also see the environmental regarding contaminated sites, noise, wetland, and species impacts and cultural effects, and also the total project costs. Public involvement for the project, past activities included, we had the agency project kickoff meeting back in July 20th of 2019. We had a presentation to the Palm Beach Transportation Planning Agency back in August of 2020. We had the online alternatives public workshop in October of 2020. And there was a virtual open house between October 7th and October 30th. We also made a presentation back in January of this year to the commission. You know, we're back again providing this presentation. Ongoing activities will be finalizing any coordination with local communities and coordination with major stakeholders. Summary of the project schedule is shown here. The next steps of the project is the final design, which is anticipated to begin in June of 2021. Currently, the construction is anticipated to begin in early 2025. If it's okay with you guys, I could show a video that we prepared just to show you how the Virgin Diamond Interchange works in terms of you know, traffic and also pedestrian and bicycle movements.
It's only a 30-minute video. What?
Indeed, it's not that long.
It's narrated.
Who brought the popcorn?
Can you guys see the screen with the interchange? Okay.
Yes.
So basically, this is a video just to show you how a diverging diamond interchange would work. It's not intended to really show level of service in terms of the traffic movements, but just really to show you the traffic movements themselves. So you can see the like a bird's eye view as we slowly transition to the west side towards Barnett Drive. And then we will eventually go back and show you like a drive-through going to the east.
Bicycle lanes in between the cars.
So now we're looking eastbound, and this is what the configuration would look like. So the eastbound traffic will then cross over at this intersection here, and they'll know eastbound traffic will go on the north side. You can see pedestrians here, how they're operating, they're waiting at the crosswalk. You can see pedestrians moving.
Lanes of traffic.
I didn't wear my T-shirt that said I survived at the Virgin Diamond in Utah.
In Utah?
Yeah. And I didn't realize I went through.
So as I showed in the presentation that for the divergent diamond interchange, the pedestrian traffic is moved towards the median area where the bridges are. You can see, as it's shown here, pedestrians walking in the median, separated by a barrier wall.
Definitely needs some shade.
Well, the whole thing is so hot. What's the purpose?
No, the eastbound traffic will now crossover at this intersection.
Video game.
And now they're back in there on the south side, while the westbound traffic is waiting here to cross over.
What difference is it? I don't understand. You're from the government.
Are you gonna give free driving lessons with this?
There's Christopher is on his bike.
Not for long.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. They've got two opportunities to knock them over now.
What they used to call it, that game leaper, frog leaper? Jumper, whatever it's called. Leapfrog? Frogger, thank you. That's what I was thinking of, Frogger.
So that goes, why did they make them cross over? What's the advantage?
The advantage is when if you have a heavy left turn movements, you already move the traffic over to the left, and there's less conflict if you were at a signalized intersection.
Did you see the pedestrian using the?
So you got the kids crossing twice now. Walking in between two lanes of traffic.
Definitely need some shade in the middle of that thing. It's gonna be hot in 7 shades of that.
Where do we get?
Can we add the 17,000 kids that leave school
Yeah,
crossing the street?
right. Thank you. I think we have a lot of questions. I think we have a
I knew
lot.
this presentation was gonna be easy.
We'll be sorry. Okay, this is pedestrian.
This is the kids going to middle school.
Yeah, so this is what it would look like with a pedestrian walking towards the westbound. And this would be the northbound, westbound to northbound on-ramp. You would have a signalized pedestrian signal here for the pedestrian to actuate so that they can cross the ramp.
But then they have to cross into the median.
Yeah, they eventually cross over into the median.
Oh, there goes that guy.
It's Chris again.
You see the bicyclist here.
I feel like a bullseye.
Really?
I think it's Richard Stowe.
It's Richard.
It's Richard.
He'd be going a lot faster.
He would be with more purpose. So wait, where'd they go? So now he's gonna go in the median. Oh, good Lord. Some engineer had a brainstorm. Here we go. So the pedestrians and the bicycles share that lane, that middle lane?
No, well, it's gonna be wide enough to accommodate kids on a bicycle that are they use the bicycle to go to school, but also the pedestrians, so they'll walk across in the median area. This is basically what they would look, what they would see.
See the bike lane there on the left.
There's separate bike lanes.
Oh, the unprotected bike lane. Okay.
Yeah.
Can we paint it
Separate.
like and green or something?
Yeah, that's something that's going to be looked at in the conflict areas once this project goes to design.
Ooh, those guys can't even walk without hitting each other.
Looking at
This
it.
is- This is.
We share sidewalks in Lake Avenue with bikes.
So there will be design changes coming forward. This isn't the final.
There'll probably be some refinements in the design process, depending upon which team gets selected for the final design.
So has DOT decided this is what they're doing?
Yes, I believe so. They have.
Good thing I'm not on the TPA board. Phew, how's that board?
Have fun, Chris.
Have fun, Chris.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
Madam-
this has also been presented to the TPA to Nick Uren, and he's totally fine with it.
Yeah, Madam Mayor and Commission, Jamie again, before you guys get, and I know you guys have a lot of questions. Before you get into all the questions, I will say that the Glades Road is getting the exact same DDI, and I believe that's under construction right now as we speak, as well as Lantana interchange at 95, as well as 45th Street. So this is a way that that they're moving as far as doing some of these interchanges, and we would not be the only one in the county. Now the city is also, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Jamie, it's Commissioner Maliga. How many of those who are getting an interchange have an elementary or junior school where there's kids walking back and
Right.
forth?
That's what sets us apart.
And another thing, how many of those go into a situation like 10th Avenue North, which apparently the county has decided to throw their hands up and say, it's always going to be overcrowded and that's the way it's going to be?
Well, like I said, I have our county engineer, David Rich, as well as our county director of traffic, Dr. Mo Al-Turk on as well, and they can speak to some of the traffic. But I just wanted to throw out real quick, some of the comments the city had were initially they were not showing any signalization. They were just rectangular rapid flashing beacons, which means when kids would basically come to that first crossing, they would just hit a button and then you'd get basically a flash. But given that people don't really stop right now for the red lights at the signal, obviously to make this as safe as possible, we requested that signals would go in. And that was one of our comments. Another one was those large green areas that you see. They're not showing any type of shade trees. Someone had mentioned something about shade. That is going to be a concern as well. So we would want some kind of shade trees in there. Commissioner Malega, you had mentioned the colored bike lanes. Just to kind of throw a couple things out there are definitely some things we want to look at this design, but I wanted to preface all of the questions with that before we kind of got into everything.
Jamie, if I could respond to some of your concerns.
Absolutely.
Since
Real quick, are you done with the presentation? Because we can remove that from the screen so we can actually see.
Okay, I can remove it if you like.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Let's see, stop share. Yeah, so you mentioned about the signalizing of the on-ramps for the pedestrian movement, correct? As opposed to the rapid flashing beacon.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's been evaluated and approved for moving forward. So there won't be any rapid flashing beacons.
Well, the green portions that Jamie just pointed out that you might put some shade trees are places where people are never going to be. We've got a very long path across the whole overpass where we're going to put a lot of school children and bikers, and there's no shade over that particular area. I just noticed it's not green at all.
Right. I know that the department has approved evaluation of a landscape opportunity plans, which is going to be finalized before the PD&E study is complete. So those plans will look at any potential opportunities for landscaping in the area.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah, so I'm Commissioner Malega.
I wasn't part of the presentation, so I'm not going to try to reinvent the wheel, but why didn't we look at just putting a pedestrian bridge that went over the interchange for the kids, since we are unique?
Yeah.
That's a good question, but that wasn't a part of this particular study. Umberto, do you want to respond to that one?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. I was having technical issues at the beginning of the meeting and I couldn't speak. So I apologize for that. In regards to separate pedestrian bridge, that's not part of the scope. The main focus of this project is to alleviate the spillbacks into the through lanes on I-95 from the ramps. So we're addressing the operational safety issues at the interchange.
Okay, and with all due respect, I can respect that, but my job as a commissioner is to make sure that my kids are safe.
Yeah.
I understand.
And what I'm seeing is that, to me, I don't see any way that, and remember, these are middle schoolers, these aren't high schoolers, right?
I understand.
So I would really, really like it to be known that I have an extreme concern on why we didn't look at an overpass bridge for the kids. I mean, as Jamie said, we are very unique to this city and to this interchange. Okay. Therefore, I think that we should be looking at it.
Commissioner, may I finish my answer?
Yep.
So what I was going to say is when you look at the existing condition versus the proposed condition, which is the DDI, I know this is a bit strange and not everybody's familiar with it. But if you look at it with an open mind, you'll clearly see that the pedestrians are safer in this condition than in the existing condition where they have to cross many ramps. With the DDI, they'll be protected by barrier wall when they go into the meeting. I know it's unusual, but it's a safer condition than the existing condition. One thing that Jamie mentioned, and we have been working really hard with the FHWA to get this approved, was keeping the signals for essentially for the kids to be able to cross with a full signal head, which is not something that is commonly done. With the DDI, as Jamie was mentioning, we usually have a rapid flashing beacon, but for this particular interchange, keeping in mind the school on the west side, we have been coordinating really hard to get these full signal heads so that children can cross safely.
Again, and I respect that and I thank you, but I'm a foster parent and I know how kids think. And I also know that when I cross FDOT streets in our city now and I press the little button, that a lot of times that little button doesn't work. So I got to take my own chance. So you're saying that the kids are protected. They're protected once they get to the median, but they have to cross the street 2 and 3 times to get there. So I'm not expecting you guys to go back. I'm just letting you know that had I been sitting on the dais when this came before me, I would have never put my stamp of approval on it without a bridge.
Commissioner McFoy?
Thank you. Commissioner Malega has addressed a lot of these. I would add to that the safety of the kids in the middle is pretty irrelevant. The question is, are the cars going to be fully stopped, not right at the stop walk, but well away from the stop walk, so that kids can see that there is nobody who's moving forward or ignoring the stop sign or whatever people are going to be doing between now and 2045, and that it's completely safe to make those crossings. The middle part is sure, that's fine, but that's not really the issue. Also, I would add, as a bicyclist, 10th Avenue is horrible already. And adding to this, now you've got to deal with the bike crossings as well. And a biker going along in the middle of the thing with no separation from the roadway, no. So both for the kids and for bicycle traffic, and it's stated policy at all sorts of levels that we want to encourage non-car transportation, whether it's bicycles or pedestrian. This doesn't, I can't approve it either. Not that we necessarily get to approve, but I think we do want to be very clearly on record that this needs to be looked at a lot more carefully. I would approve. I wouldn't make it only a pedestrian bridge. It would have to be both pedestrian and bicycle separated to have any sense of safety at all.
Commissioner Stokes?
I was going to mention this during my liaison report, but this seems like the perfect time to mention this. I did follow up after our last meeting when people suggested, "What can we please move the school?" Because we have this situation, right? We've seen what the future is going to look like with traffic if we don't do anything about this. It's already not very safe for our children. And the answer I got back from the chief operating officer from the school district is that the Florida Department of Education does not allow demolition, replacement, modernization, or relocation of a school until it has reached the 50-year mark of its life. It's now 31 years old. So we still have another 19 years before we can even consider moving the school. And when we think that this project would be done in 2025? Was that correct? Because I saw it said 8 to 10 years open to traffic. 8 to 10 years before open to traffic. So could I just get some clarification on when this would be completed?
I would think, Umberto, that construction would potentially start in 2025. So maybe by
we currently have construction scheduled for 2027 with the opportunity to advance it to 2025 if the funds become available. The funds used for this interchange are from the CIS, which is managed by Tallahassee. So is something that we're looking forward to do sooner. But we won't know until Tallahassee reorganizes their spending on these CIS projects. But we can potentially do it in 2025.
And once we start, was it 8 to 10 years from that start date before it's open to traffic?
I'm sorry?
How long is the project?
It would be 2 years, roughly speaking, in construction.
Thank you.
I'll do one and you can do one, Chris. I mean, I just have to note that didn't we just finish redoing the 10th Avenue overpass like a year ago?
Yes.
Well,
yes,
did we? I mean, I have to question that we're starting a new phase after we just finished the new one.
Well, that was the interim project to alleviate some of the congestion that was going on. We didn't want you to wait another 6 years for that to be solved.
Yeah, but
that's why we did it.
We all lived through the construction of that. I mean, that was not. It didn't just wave a magic wand and that appeared. We all lived through the construction of that 10th Avenue overpass for the past 2 years or so. And now now we're going to have the kids once again have their path, because I question the safety for the children on this project. And I also question having a little wall on either side is really effectively going to protect them. But now they're going to have to, for the next couple of years, once this starts, their whole traffic back and forth is going to be another construction site. That's my comment. I don't know if there's an answer to that, but that's my comment. As a citizen, I just wonder where my DOT dollars are going. We're just going to redo it over and over again. Also, yeah.
You can look at it from that way, and I certainly understand the aggravation from construction interruptions to the commuters and the pedestrians. But if you look at it from the positive side, we were not going to wait this many years to address issues that were going on at that time. So, one of those instances where, we're trying to alleviate this as soon as possible for the sake of the community. And I understand that there's construction problems or associated with that, but otherwise you would have had the issue that you had going on for another 6 years.
I guess I don't quite understand that, but I don't want to belabor it. It just seems like it should have been anticipated 5 or 10 years ago when they started this project, that in 2045 we would have more, and plan a little ahead. That's a comment. I don't know if it's going to change anything. And also on the landscaping, as you come off as you come off 95 onto, to get to 10th Avenue North from either direction, as I go to other cities, and maybe it's a city issue, not a DOT issue, as I go, there's lovely landscaping, there's palm trees and different things. Ours look very forlorn. And I'm wondering if part of the planning could be, I don't know if the city has to kick in, but I think we should take into consideration what it looks like as you're coming off. Those are the entrances to our city. And right now, they're not pretty.
Yes, I understand. There's a candidate project, a standalone landscape project, to follow the DDI.
The what?
2030. There's a standalone landscape project from the Department of Transportation to add landscape to this interchange.
In 9 years?
Yes, we couldn't do it before the reconstruction of the interchange.
I have to say, and maybe I'm just old and blind, but it is very difficult and when Mr. Nunez was going through the thing, lots of charts with little tiny numbers and boxes and cost analysis that are being run, but we did not get a printout of that prior to this meeting. And that's unfortunate because I think we would have had the chance then to look at it and actually see what a cost analysis meant. It was a slide for, a minute on the screen and now we don't see it anymore. So I'm, again, I don't know what kind of input do we have? I mean, is this just an intellectual exercise that you're telling us what you're going to do? Or are you actually looking for input and responses to this plan?
Ma'am, we had a alternatives workshop. And during that workshop, we seek the input from everybody, the city, elected officials, and the public. And that was last year, if I'm not mistaken, in August, Andrew?
It was October last year.
Yeah.
Of 2020?
So,
Yes.
yes. And we seek the feedback from the community and the elected officials, and we got it.
Can't change it.
So that's it? So this is just a courtesy that you're telling us what other people decided?
Ma'am, I believe we went through the process and your commission at the time decided differently than you.
That's why they're not.
Okay, so this really is just an exercise. Okay, Mr. McVoy?
A couple things. I think you're hearing very clearly that this commission has very serious concerns for safety, especially for pedestrians, young pedestrians and bicyclists with this project. And I hope that there will be some mechanism to recognize that perhaps the previous public outreach or public meetings didn't adequately capture that level of concern. That's point one, and I think I can speak for the rest of my commission, and we will be happy to put together some sort of a letter expressing that from the whole commission. The other concern that I would have is because it's a NEPA process, you have to think about fairly broad environmental impacts, and somebody has to make a decision about the footprint. As I saw on the map early on in the presentation, the footprint stops to the west of A Street.
Right.
And anybody who lives in Lake Worth will tell you that A Street is very closely tied to that interchange. And we have a lot of problems on A Street related to that interchange. Excluding that from it seems very indefensible and something that we certainly would ask that you simply move the footprint to go to the east side of A Street, and you will start having to consider a more holistic view of this thing.
Andrew, you want to respond?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just-
Commissioner Robinson has a comment.
State's decisions because we have very little input, obviously. But it was meant, the 10th Avenue interchange was mentioned. The frustration that they didn't even consider 100 yards away from a diverging diamond to a cluster
Main store.
Right.
of traffic. and it's frustrating, and it still is frustrating. So
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your frustrations with us because we are frustrated.
And Umberto, on behalf of the city commission, I thank you for your presentation. We're not taking out on you. We're just trying
No,
to
it's not personal.
trying to just get brought up to speed and know that we can't do anything about it. So there's a level of frustration. I apologize.
Yeah, apologize.
Madam, I do apologize for any aggravation that this might cause, but we have been following the process, and we've had a kickoff meeting roughly a year and a half ago, where we invited the elected officials to come and look at what we were doing. Then we had a public workshop where we presented the alternatives, the alternatives that Andrew went over, the tight diamond interchange and the DDI. They were presented to the community, I understand your frustration because you just came on board, but we have been following the process. It's not that like we did not seek input from the community or the elected officials.
And no, we're not accusing you of not following
Right.
the process. We are at a level of frustration that we feel that now that we're here, this was more of an educational, here's what's
Right.
coming, sit back, strap in, you can't make any changes, thanks for your input.
Well, I would pledge to work with you as much as I can to accommodate your request as much as I can. But there are certain things that are beyond my control.
Understood, we appreciate that.
And I think one of the, as we've all said, the safety is the most important concern that we all have. If something could be done to just, forget everything else, if something could be done to increase the safety factor for our children who are now going to have to cross 10th Avenue twice, and for bicyclists who you've now put in between a lane of traffic and a wall, I think we would be very appreciative if that would be looked into. Is that a possibility?
Umberto, if I may respond to some things.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Mayor and commissioners, with regards to safety, one thing that I need to mention to you regarding the divergent diamond interchange, I believe the current speed in the interchange is, I think, 40 or 45 miles an hour. With the divergent diamond interchange, what that's doing is reducing the speed limit down to 35 miles per hour. So with that reduction in speed limit, you would imply that there will be some safety associated with that. Plus, if you look at, we're moving the pedestrian traffic within the median, but we're also providing 7-foot wide bicycle lanes on each side for bicyclists to utilize the travel adjacent to the travel lanes. Typically in the past, it used to be a 4-foot wide bicycle lane. So you can see the difference between 4-foot and 7-foot. That definitely increases the safety through there.
Could a wall not be put up on the side that faces traffic so that at least a small wall, like you're protecting the pedestrians?
In this case, we believe that the 7-foot wide buffer lanes accommodates the standards and provides safety.
All right, thank you. Commissioner McVoy?
Why not simply move the concrete wall that you've currently got enclosing the pedestrian, move that to the outside of the bike lane, add a very low wall or marking or whatever to separate the bike lane from the pedestrian, but put the concrete wall on the outside. That at least would make some sense from safety for a bicyclist.
And it wouldn't take up any extra space.
And it doesn't, you could probably, even if you're concerned about space and cost savings, a bicyclist would be fine with a 5-foot lane or something, as long as it had that wall on the outside.
Commissioner, the issue with that would, and let me clarify, Andrew, you have the measurement for the median. I think it's a 20-foot wide median.
Yeah, that's with the new revised, it will be about 20-foot wide.
Yes, so the median that we're proposing inside those barrier walls is about 20 feet wide. The issue with putting the bike lane in there is that, as you're probably aware, the people who use the pavement with their bicycles do not like to mount. These are the people who have expensive road bicycles, and they do not like mounting sidewalk with them because it ruins them. They like to stay on the pavement. Now for children, 20-foot wide, they can use the existing median, which is protected by wall. I just wanted to point that out because you're talking about a different type of user. We're trying to shield the children that are walking and riding their bicycles to school. Now, the weekend warrior who likes to take their road bike and exercise doesn't like to get on the sidewalk. And many cyclist groups would be complaining about that if we did that.
That's correct.
That makes no sense to me. I totally understand that if you have a $600,000 bike, you don't want to run straight into a curb. However, I've seen lots of little ramps on curbs to avoid curbs. That seems very addressable. That you can figure out how to ramp up between different elevations for sidewalk versus roadway versus whatever.
Commissioner, we do know how to do it. It's just that it won't be used. Not by the intended user, not the people who ride on the pavement.
Seems to me
do
that
it.
this needs more work and more meeting with several different biking type groups, including, race riders,
and
transportation riders.
Yes, and Commissioner, may I say this? We have another 2 years of refinements to this design. We have the design team getting on board. We're in the process of executing the contract. They should be on board in June. So there'll be plenty of meetings where we can discuss tweaks to and how to improve any of the concerns that you have along the way. So what you see here is not set in stone. This is like the overall concept, but we have still 2 years of refinements to make.
Now, I was going to kind of on the back of what Humberto just mentioned, being that we're at the very beginning of this whole design process, we do still have some input as far as obviously safety is our main concern and making this interchange as safe as possible. You had already mentioned that, the signalized crossings in this intersection is not something that's typical here. They go with a rapid flash of beacons. They're already agreeing to do that. So I think we do have some say here as far as just trying to save this up as much as possible. And it's just going to be a communication process moving forward once we have the design team on board to make sure we can get this as safe as absolutely possible.
Have you been satisfied with the level of communication, and do you think that communication will continue to tweak this process, Jamie?
Absolutely. Like I said, DOT has a lot of different projects right now. Humberto is a project manager on the A Street traffic circle project. We've also got one coming up on Dixie. We have 2 different ones coming up on Federal. We've got Lake and Lucerne. So we have a lot of communication back and forth. So I'm not worried about that at all.
As long as you're kept in the loop with our concerns.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I'll keep you guys all up to speed as well as far as when we're dealing with design stuff and looking at different safety measures. Commissioner Voy, I've heard all of your concerns and the different things that each one of you is his voice. So I know which direction to go in.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, DOT, Mr. Nunez and Humberto.
Thank you guys for having us, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Have a great time.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
That was a rough one.
For what? What are we thanking him for?
We're thanking him for spending time to tell us that
Getting yelled at.
they're doing it and we don't really have to say. Okay, other than that,
Thanking him for letting us yell at him.
they might give us a suggestion. Okay, now we're at commission liaison reports and comments. Where did we start last time? I'm going to start with Commissioner Maliga this time because we started with.
Well, thank you for that.
That's okay.
First and foremost, let's acknowledge our teachers and who work in the school board. It's National Appreciation of Teachers Week. So we want to make sure that we nod our head and say thank you to all the teachers who are taking care of our children, our youth, that we are up here screaming to protect. I had a really busy 2 weeks with neighborhood associations. I will give nod to Parrot Cove because they had their block party that was amazing. That was a fun event. I attended the NAPC's first official capacity as a liaison on Saturday, and it was all via Zoom. I'm looking forward to meeting live and in person soon. They have come forward with some stuff for the RAF race, so look for that in the future, hoping that we keep moving forward with COVID and that happens. I attended the Bryant Park Neighborhood Association where I was the guest speaker. They have a lot of positive things going on. They're very eager and happy to have open communication with the Gulfstream project and seeing that moving forward. Family fun night 2 weeks ago at the city gym was a blast. Commissioner Stokes was there with her little ones. Mr. Commissioner Robinson was there and we had fun. We did everything from jump rope to beanbag toss. And I'm looking forward to that happening again. The city staff really pulled it together. We had a huge attendance, a lot of kids from the ages of 2 up to 22. And it was really well received, and it was a good time to have at the gym. So I was excited. And I also attended the neighborhood association meeting for Royal Point Siena, which is my home neighborhood association. So it was just a lot of neighborhood stuff, a lot of fun stuff, nothing too critical, and working on getting some answers in regards to some questions that some of our constituents and residents and business owners have. I've been working on my advisory appointees, which is part of our consent agenda for tonight.
Thank you. Commissioner McVoy?
Yeah, I guess a couple different items. One, I've been going to the Hatch Building Food Drive for the last several weeks. Fiance and I have both gone to that. It has diminished somewhat in the quantity of people coming. I spoke with the Lake Worth staff today, and their inclination was to continue it through the month of May, but keep an eye on the numbers and see how it does seem to be reducing somewhat. I don't know exactly why, but so that's where we are on that one. I've also tried to have a lot of involvement with PBSO in light of some of the things that are happening nationally or have been happening nationally and the concerns from within our community. I brought together a group of 4 pastors and PBSO. We did a Zoom meeting to try to be preventative as much as possible and also understand more what types of preventative training does PBSO provide to their officers. Of which there are a number, de-escalation and some other ones, which we're happy to hear of. We did make a request that if there was some way that at least pastors or perhaps members of the community could have more of a window on what those trainings are, or maybe participate in portions of them to be able to communicate how that's helping the community. So that's an ongoing activity. I also participated with the security liaisons, I believe it's called, to follow up on some of that a little bit more, and also a meeting that a smaller group of the pastors also organized. There are definitely issues. I don't think we're out of the woods in terms of the certain parts of the community feeling totally comfortable with how policing happens. I think there's definitely room to increase our interactive, whether one calls it community policing or beat policing, but a lot of real interaction with the community, and hopefully with officers that have longevity in the community so that those relations get built up over time. We've also worked some on noise issues. I've had a lot of concerns from different parts of the community that noise is out there. Some people, and that we're maybe not pursuing that as hard as we could or should. I'll stay on that. Probably the other big area, totally separate from PBSO, that I've put a lot of time into is there are a number of development projects happening around the city, and a lot of concern from the community, both concern from the community and concern from developers as to how we're moving forward on that. And an element of that will come up later in the evening. I see my role in that process as trying to gather information, trying to make sure that I understand how a broad portion of the community feels and cares about what our flavor is as a city, and the economic driver aspects of that flavor, that character, authenticity, soul, whatever one wants to call it, as well as understand what developers are looking for and what they potentially can bring into the city, whether it's investment in the Gulf Stream, investment in different parts, different projects, and see if we can't make some of that work a little bit better. And I'm sure we'll come back to that later on this evening with one of our resolutions. So that's all for now.
Thank you. Commissioner Stokes?
Yes, so I've also had a pretty busy 2 weeks, and I was finally able to meet with a bunch of different department heads, Jamie Brown, William Waters, and others, to get a tour of a lot of our departments this past week, which was very informative, and I look forward to working with them in the future. I also, like Commissioner Malega said, enjoyed the family game night at the Wembley Gym. My daughters had a great time. I don't think they've ever jumped rope in their lives.
Oh, really?
It's been a long time, and you could tell I didn't even remember
double
how to get
dutch?
into that good rhythm.
Right.
But my daughter went from getting one jump down, and by the end of she could do 8 or 9 in a row. It was pretty exciting for her. She had a great time, met some new friends. It was great. And then I also have been talking to some of the staff about the food distribution. I've gone out there every other week while I can. They've assured me that they put a huge focus on their employees' work-life balance, and that when it does get to be too much for them, once things start picking up, that they will raise the flag as well. So they're feeling comfortable right now. I've been also talking to several people who are interested in various advisory boards, and I'll be putting those in shortly. We all met with the Restoration St. Louis and have been able individually and have been able to have conversations with them about how to move the Gulfstream forward. And also, like Sarah Liga and Commissioner McVoy, have been meeting with a lot of people concerned. We have a lot of concerns about the community, and specifically about some of our rules around historic preservation and how we can make that, how we can be a green city and still stay within, those guidelines. So more to come on that later. So that's about it for now.
Okay, we have a full schedule, got through the diverging diamonds, so glad to see faces that we're actually talking to.
Thank you for being here.
Really, I'm glad to see everybody out there. The domestic situations that PBSO deals with are an example of the work that they do, the danger that they have to enter into, besides getting traffic situations, getting in line for a cup of coffee and people get shot. It's just unbelievable. So it exemplifies the danger of the incivility of our country at this point. It's a shame that we've gotten to shooting people over. I would love to see if PBSO has to go to a domestic situation and there's guns on the property, they're taken away for a certain period of time. If we could regulate that, I would be all over it. Guatemalan Center provided food and shots. What is it? A week ago, 2 weeks ago. The volunteers are still handing out food. Teachers were mentioned. Rachel Ray had a North grade teacher on TV today. Didn't get to see her, but
From North Grade Elementary.
yes,
Yes.
yeah, it's fantastic. We met with the Gills. Mr. and Mrs. Gill are committed to moving forward with the Gulfstream Hotel. It's difficult to negotiate with 5 people that have some different opinions. It's even worse to negotiate with them individually because we can't talk to each other as to what we said to them. The city manager can't act as a conduit. So we're actually negotiating in the dark, honestly. But the fact that they recognize the value of our oceanfront property and want it very much, and we don't recognize the value there, is concerning. The fact that they have solar panels on all their other buildings and we're not requiring that. The fact that we are in a position, and I hate to use the word desperate, but when we start negotiating for wants and desires out of desperation for the real concern for this project moving forward concerns me. So enough said. I'm hoping that we move forward with that positively on both sides, because I don't want to give away the farm, but I want that project to get started tomorrow. Applications for board volunteers. LW Subs has applications on their counter. And finally, I'm waiting for a CRA quarterly report on their projects that are tremendously important. But if we've had issues with communication with the Gulf Stream and the negotiations that went on in September and are now dealing with, communication from CRA, from staff negotiations with developers is tremendously important. And then we're held responsible for it. And when we get caught not knowing, leaves a lot to be desired on my side. Thank you.
Thank you. It has been, we're all busy. There's no doubt about it. I met with Erica Whitfield from the school board, and Principal Epps was going to meet us, but he couldn't. So we're going to reschedule that. Talking to the Lake Worth High School, talking to the city about somehow these kids that are in our schools, in our middle school, our high school, our grammar schools, they're us 30 years from now, 25 years from now. And I'm doing my best, and I know the commission is all committed to have those kids that are, a lot of them are first born in this country, you know, first native born and or second generation. And I personally want them to become welcome and integrated part of our community so that they don't come out of high school and like, where am I? So we're going to try to work on some specific things about getting kids involved in the city and in the school, reaching out to the school. Somebody had a suggestion about each commissioner from a district sort of adopting the school in their district to see, you know, to get a better communication. I went to the Highland Elementary School a couple of weeks ago where they had an outreach to the Guatemalan families, and it was a good turnout. And it was, you know, it was a great thing to see. And apparently the parent participation at that school is pretty high. So I want to encourage that, because I want those kids to stay in Lake Worth and consider this their home and they feel welcome. Along those same lines, I met with the Puerto Rican Spanish Chamber of Commerce. There's a couple different ones. This is the Puerto Rican Spanish one. They're going to change their name. And they're very interested. These are really interesting people. They are very committed to mentoring, and these are successful retired businessmen. One of the guys is the editor of La Gaia newspaper, and they want to enter into a mentoring program for the kids, that the kids, you know, become more invested on that, but they didn't have a place to do it. So I spoke with Joan Leva from the CRA, and we discussed, you know, where possibly that could happen. And she brought up 1213 Lake Avenue that they've just acquired. The first floor is 2,500 square feet. So the group that they talked to, they're talking because that the Spanish chamber there's enough room to bring the mentoring program to that building. And since most of the kids that live in that immediate area are more Hispanic, it kind of makes sense. So I love matchmaking and putting good uses together. I pick up at pretty much every Saturday food from the church in the Glades for a disabled friend of mine, and I've noticed the lines have also gone down. It's something straightening out a little bit. I met with PBSO. We talked about the de-escalation. I was very happy to hear that the sheriff's office does encourage and practice the de-escalation of especially domestic cases, which are so hard, and recently had one where there was a gun involved, and the officers were able to sort of take a deep breath, take everybody down, and it dissipated, and then nobody was shot, nobody was hurt, and kudos to the sheriff's office for doing that. Thank you very much. I would like to see more applications for appointments. We have quite a few openings. I'm seeing if anybody else is going to apply before I start calling people and say, do you want to be on this board? So if you want to be on a board, let us know, call me, or anybody. We met with the Gulfstream folks. We are in a position of wanting that Gulfstream project very badly to go forward. Also being at the end, sort of the tail end of what a lot of other people had talked about for the Gulf Stream. So our hands, I think, are a little bit tied. I feel a little bit of frustration with that as well. But I think we're all going to work together to make that happen as well as we can for the city. The Florida League of Cities meeting is so boring. And they won't even go on Zoom.
Strike that from the record.
They won't even go on Zoom. They're on this WebEx, so you can't even see everybody. It's.
Dodge that bullet.
I'm on it. I'm doing it. Thank you, Commissioner Maliga. Smarty. And I toured the mid, which I hadn't been in, the project on Dixie Highway. I just wanted to see, I was invited to look at it and just see. And I have to tell you, I mean, I have to remember with, as we talk about the city and the vision for the city, I live in my little cottage from 1940. I love it, my little shotgun house. Not everybody wants to live like that.
Correct.
Not everyone can live like that. So, and I also have some people are like, whatever projects that they're apartments. I have no problem with the fact that they're apartments. People are much more fluid these days. If someone wants to come to the area and kind of get to know before they commit to buying a house, live in the city for a year or two in an apartment and see where you want to live. You don't have, and it's hard to buy a house now. It's really a house next to me, which is in worse shape than my house, just sold for $250,000. So for somebody to come up with that kind of money to go into a house that needs a lot of work, it's very hard to do. So I think that we should be open to the idea of apartments. And I have to tell you, the mid, I was very impressed with it. The communal, if you get a chance to go up there, I think they're open to it. It's a large community building. You walk in the first part and there's all workstations and free Wi-Fi and free coffee and a printer so people can actually work. There's little cubby holes. There's 2 actual rooms that you can sit in and do your work. And on the other side of that building, on the western side of that building, it's like a giant living room. They have a giant screen TV. They have a kind of a semi kitchen so that if you want to have friends over, you can do that. And then the pool is right outside. So it really seemed to encourage the community feeling of the people that live there. I was actually, and the finishes in the apartments were lovely. I mean, it's pretty high-end finishes. So not having, I had no opinion about it before, but after I went and saw it, I have to tell you, I was pleasantly surprised with it. And I'm not an architect. I can't, everybody has an opinion about architecture. Everybody has an opinion about what color, what shape, what everything. But in general terms, they were here, they developed it. And I have to say I was pretty good. I enjoyed it. So that's all I have. Oh, we're all going to go to, or some of us are going to go, we get elected and now you're the mayor, now you're a commissioner. There's some educational conferences coming up. One is online, one is in person. I know I'm doing both. I don't know who else is doing what, but I would hope we would all go to the live one as well, to kind of teach us how to be a commissioner, how to be a mayor, what are your boundaries, we're going to be a lot smarter when we're done with that. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Can I add one thing I forgot?
Commissioner Stokes?
I just want to let you know that the JROTC from the Lakewood High School will be doing a Victorian Europe Day at the City Hall Annex this May 8th at 9:30 a.m. So they came out and did something for the Vietnam Veterans Day. The same group will be going out to do a VE Day ceremony May 8th, 9:30 a.m. for anybody who wants to come out and see that. So I just wanted to get that out there in case anybody wanted to join.
Okay. Anybody else? We're done? All right. But nope, we're not done.
I don't know.
There's always one.
There's always one. I guess Commissioner Robinson mentioned that it's challenging with the Gulf Stream, that we all met with the Gulf Stream. We received printed copies of the current, I believe they're the current sketches for the area. And I guess where I'm wondering is, and looking for direction either from the commission or from the city manager or from anybody, or maybe from the guilds, I don't know, to what extent can we share that information with the public, and where are we on that? Can we receive it electronically? Can we share it with people? Can it be put on the website? How are we doing?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, you may.
Please do.
The materials you received actually, the materials you received actually had been part of presentations that the guilds had made both at the casino building and I think at the Bryant Park Neighborhood Association over a period of time. So that is public material. We can give it to you digitally, you can distribute it, we can push it out in some form or fashion. If that's the direction of the commission, to make it available, but it is public, it's been out.
And a follow-up one, I forgot. I think some of us had a degree of consternation that there was a letter of understanding, non-binding, but a letter of understanding with a considerable amount of detail that was negotiated quite a while ago. To what I was informed that it was not part of commission meetings, so it was not public information. I asked staff to provide, since it was a lot of detail, to provide some sort of financial estimates of what all of these agreements, what the financial implications for each were. I understand that they're estimates, and I said estimates are fine, we got to start somewhere. Is that information, how do people feel about that being public information?
I don't think we have a choice.
That we should make that
I
public?
mean, it's public. I mean, I will defer to our attorney
Yes, Madam Mayor, it's all public record.
and do quickly.
Yes, I did ask the Gills in my meeting if they would build a website where they could keep the residents up to date on the process. And they said, as soon as we get past this letter of intent from the city that we're all talking about, that they will be glad to build a website and keep everybody abreast of the changes, what's happening, where they are in the process. They're going to be very, very open to the community.
Yeah.
So that was one of my questions to them.
I'm sure we all impressed upon them the importance of this and the community involvement and concern about this project. So
That's all, sorry.
that's what we got to do.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yep.
you know, I don't know when we're going to talk about this publicly, if we're going to do a workshop or it's going to be on the next agenda. But there's some things that I had concerned about in my conversation. It was only an hour, and I did not get to several items that I wanted to bring up. The oceanfront property is very important to them. I don't know, you know, we had a discussion on there once, and my concern for the property that's up there now, that if they consider it that important, I think we should commit to at least the city's original commitment of the $6 million to the oceanfront park. We're not talking pool, but if in regards to their investment in the town, I think we should, and they should be encouraging us to invest in our oceanfront park. There was some suggestions of minimal activity up there. And I don't know what registration is for guests at a public beach.
Can I stop you for just a second? I think we're getting
Well, I
into
want
something
the
that we
public
need
to
more
know
time.
That we need to address
Well,
the importance of this.
Yeah.
negotiation.
Can we ask Mike? So I know like we didn't notice the public that we were gonna be talking about the Gulfstream right now, so I'm not
Yeah,
gonna react
I
to
don't
anything
think we
anybody's
should.
saying right now, but I saw the meeting invite come through at 4:12 p.m. today for May 25th, a city commission special meeting about the Gulfstream.
Okay,
So
good.
can you explain, what are we, like?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I haven't seen the email yet.
Yeah, it came through.
So we
didn't know
can
that
stop
other
talking until May 20th.
Yeah, just really briefly, so you can get on with the meeting. May 25th, it is our intent to bring back the Gulfstream, and based on the conversations, the issues that were discussed in the one-on-one meetings, as well as the previous letter of understanding and anything else, so that y'all would have the opportunity to state your position. So that's the intent at that meeting on the 25th.
Will that give us, are we gonna get into a situation where we talk May 25th, but St. Louis needs an answer May 26th?
I think they impressed upon you their timelines,
Yeah.
and y'all will work within that. We were trying to find, your schedule has been nothing but problematic for the last, how long have y'all been in office now?
Oh,
Stop leading me.
My assistant is ready to blow her brain.
Right, so trying to schedule these things because everything is important and there's huge issues you have to grapple with. This was the first available date that we could reasonably pull together to bring this item forward for y'all to have that public discussion so that y'all could talk amongst yourselves about these various issues that were kind of brushed over here really briefly.
And they were open to us contacting them in the meantime.
Absolutely. And I've been in touch with them since yesterday as well. So, which will continue those lines of communication.
For
Thank
the
you.
25th?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, now,
Staying on agenda.
no more lights. No more lights. Now, public participation of non-agenda items and the consent agenda. So do we do the consent agenda first? No, let's do.
No,
the-
Madam Mayor, I have some public participation.
And I have some as well.
Okay,
Some
you
Lucas-
want to read yours first?
Well, I'm going to invite the people up to talk about it when they, I'll read their names and they can come up.
Okay,
So we'll do that and then we'll do yours.
that'd be great.
Thank you.
I'm going to set the timer for 3 minutes.
All right, Peggy Fisher.
Pull these down up here. Peggy Fisher, 508 North 8th Street. Over the last 7 years, I've been here numerous times talking about the traffic on North 8th Street, specifically between the roundabout and 10th Avenue. And it's gotten progressively worse. And on Sunday and Monday night, between 6:30 and 7:30, I sat in front of my house and counted cars. On Sunday, 312 cars went past me, which is more than 5 cars a minute. On Monday, it was 427, which is more than 7 cars a minute, and that included an out-of-service Palm Tram bus. This is a no truck posted roadway, both at 10th Avenue and the roundabout. It's not enforced. Over the last 3 years, we've had 2 new developments, Banyan Court and Julian Place, open on North 8th Street, which is also home to Highland Elementary. During that time, the city has made many changes in Tropical Ridge. They have added 3 stop signs and 4 speed bumps to North B, 2 stop signs and 5 speed bumps to North C, 1 stop sign and 3 speed bumps to North D, and 1 new stop sign to both E and F. On North A Street, they have done nothing. And that's going back 13 years, which is how long I've lived there. This is a very serious problem, and it's not helped in any way by the actions of the city. Signs are posted saying, go up North A Street to get to I-95 North. There doesn't need to be a sign there. There's a sign at Dixie Highway. It is not a major thoroughfare of this city as designated by community sustainability. There has to be something to slow down the traffic, to discourage people from using this residential street for this type of traffic. And there's nothing, there's no enforcement. Last year I was hit turning into my own driveway by a motorcyclist who was upset because I wasn't going fast enough. And so he wanted to pass me on the left-hand side on a double yellow line, which is what the whole street is. Fortunately, he wasn't hurt as he tumbled down the sidewalk and his motorcycle skidded down and my car had $3,000 worth of damage. I'm here once again with a different commission asking the city to please address both the signage, the enforcement of traffic, the traffic calming measures that can be taken. There's just nothing on A Street, and it's a raceway between 6th Avenue and 2nd Avenue. I've even had a city employee blow through the stop sign at 2nd Avenue where there's a little tiny roundabout where you go around when you want to turn left to come east on 2nd Avenue.
Thank you.
I'm just asking you to please address this very bad, and it just feeds on into FDOT's problem.
Okay, thank you very much. And I believe that we'll have some follow-up with that, with public, Public Works.
Retirement's a wonderful thing.
Mr. Brown,
Yes, it is.
Mr. Retirement. Okay,
Traffic.
now we have Wes Blackman.
Good evening, Mayor,
Good evening.
Commissioners, and staff. Wes Blackman, 241 Columbia Drive. Every year in May, local preservation groups, state historical societies, and business and civic organizations across the country celebrate Preservation Month through events that promote historic places and heritage tourism, and that demonstrate the social and economic benefits of historic preservation. So let's declare May Historic Preservation Month in Lake Worth Beach. The city of Lake Worth Beach has a robust historic preservation program administered by the Community Sustainability Department and the residents appointed to the Historic Resource Preservation Board. I happen to be a member of the HRPB for many years, most of those serving as chair. The HRPB qualifies the city as a certified local government through the State Division of Historic Resources. They have wide latitude to make their own policy and approval decisions. The commission may remember my comments submitted during the last meeting regarding the HRPB's change in policy related to low E glass. In October of 2020, the HRPB decided to limit the ability of property owners within historic districts to replace windows that had a minimum visible light transmittance, VLT, of 70%. There are many problems with this decision. One is that most of the glass on the market is low E at less than 70%. The only way to meet the city standard is to order custom windows at quite a premium over regular low E glass. By doing so, the city promotes the use of clear glass replacement windows that do not have the energy saving benefits found in low E products. It makes challenging for people who are trying to make renovation decisions with energy sustainability in mind. I recommend that the City Commission direct the HRPB to review this policy at their May meeting, either to remove it entirely so that property owners have a choice of either clear or low E glass as they did before October 2020, or adopt a policy similar to West Palm Beach's historic preservation program. That city allows the use of low E glass of any degree on building elevations that are not seen from the street. The front or side of the house, in the case of a corner lot, are required to use clear glass. Interior, side, and rear parts of the structure can utilize low E glass. The majority of improvement projects within the city's historic districts involve replacement of doors and windows. Thank you for your time. I would like to point out that there is a historic preservation educational guideline online on the city's website that you could go to right now that actually promotes the use of low E glass. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Can I just, does anybody have to say one, along those lines, Wes, and I know that we've spoken about this issue before. And I spoke with Jordan last week about this. Apparently there is a policy, and I don't know who said, and I do not know, I'm not challenging, I just don't know who sets the policy of the city having a policy of, for example, my house, I'm getting some hurricane windows in the front and in the back. And why does the city care what my windows look like in the back of my house? And when Jordan explained to me that the policy is that we take a 360-degree view of it, and some cities take a street visual view of it. And apparently some decision was made at some point, and I'd love to know, who, how that, and how could we change that if we think we might need to change it. I know that a woman approached me and you're working with her, same issue. She's trying to fix up her house, and she's to be more energy conscious, and because it's in the back of the house, she can't do that. So I would like to include that in the question about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wes.
Thank you, Wes.
Thank you very much. Ramsey McLeod.
I've had my Moderna shot. Tomorrow's my 14th day after the sick. So I'm taking my mask down.
Take your mask off.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Thank you. Violate rules. Just check.
And I haven't had mine on much at all. Get a phone call about it, I'm sure.
Good evening, commissioners and city manager. Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. I am requesting that you take immediate action to dissolve the current CRA board members and conduct a review of all projects they have been working on. The previous mayor and 2 former commissioners did this when they created an ordinance giving them that right. They stacked this board with members who believe, as they do, that there is no marketable value in homes built before 1981. Not a belief shared by most homeowners whose structures were built before that date. This trio, who voted as a unified bloc, have spent the last 9 years abusing their power and manipulating the governing process to accommodate the board in their efforts to secure large land areas for developments that do not fit the vibe of the city nor the vision residents have for it. We are now in an onslaught of developments that are too large for our roads and streets, remove more public parking spaces, and require too many costly concessions by the city. In addition, there appears to have been no taking into account how this densification will impact the budget line items for PBSO and fire rescue. The CRA is targeting the wrong demographic and only providing large developments for transient occupants. We have plenty of that already. What we need are homeowners. We need homes built that complement our existing cottages and owners that will immediately contribute to our tax income and remain long-term. We also need developments that support our small industrial business area as well. The Bohemian is way too large for the existing road and only serves to confine this growing business section to a very small area. I am also asking my fellow Lake Worth residents to write a letter or send an email to your district commissioner and a separate one to the mayor. Let them know, to provide your input on this critical concern before the next commission meeting on May the 18th. I believe now may be our only opportunity to stop this progression of Lake Worth Beach becoming Delray Beach.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Todd Townsend.
And on the heels of that beautiful speech, thank you very much. Everybody know what Bermuda High is? See your hand? Everybody knows what Bermuda High is? You do? Okay. So we're not gonna have the benefit of a Bermuda High this year, and that's the system that's been pulling the storms north right when they get to our front door. We're not gonna have that for the next couple of years. Watch out. We're sitting on a really bad dune here. It's gonna have to be done, but that's second. I know my time's running.
Yeah.
So I want to get right with her and say, yeah, the CRA is kind of like a Fortune 500 company here. They want to build an elite square in the middle of our town. Bad idea, not cool. Let's get rid of that. So secondly, I want to get back to my 1-story parking garage in that area that we're talking about. Let's move that little house at 17 M Street that people want to move to right next to the Kirkland house. Put it right up close to the road. Now you've got store frontage. Be perfect for a little lawyer's office or whatever, and then you can have parking right behind it, and you'll be able to save that big, beautiful tree, which is probably the thing that's been holding up any purchase of that little site right there. Be perfect right there. So, and then we've got to build our 1-story parking garage, which is going to shut down the CRA from building their elite square in the middle of our rural, cute little town that we have here. So with that said, in 2 weeks, I'll have a letter of suggestion because I've been talking to a lot of the downtown business owners about a 1-story parking garage, and they love it. They do backflips. They love it. It's going to work rather than what the CRA/500 Fortune 500 company would like to do in downtown. So with that said, so we get all that done. So now we've got to think regionally. Let's not be like Lantana, Boynton, West Palm, these other areas that have these huge apartment buildings being built, right? Let's be the place that those people go to party. Let's make Lake Worth the place that they come to party, right? Okay, and so so what we need to do really is we need to put our tourist magnet at the beach. A tourist magnet is going to bring them in, it's going to get them out. Bring them in, get them out, make their money. But let's not build these high rises in our downtown. Let's put our tourist magnet in place and let's start making some of that money. And in closing, I wanted to ask the commission, for 5 or 10 minutes at the next meeting to talk about the very components of what we need to put at our beach to complete a tourist magnet. And the last thing is, for the intersection at 10th, keep in mind, 1 out of 10 cars has a drunk driver in it. 1 out of 10. Those numbers fluctuate and vary considering the time of the day of the year, and this and that, but it's 1 in 10 cars. So, and I ride my bike out there all the time, and I'm lucky to be here, all right? So you got to think about that. A lot of drunk drivers out there, kids walking down through the middle of the stuff. I don't like it. A bridge is a much better idea. So, and the last thing is, that's it. I got to go. I got to watch a game. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Good night. Thank
See you
you.
in 2 weeks with my letter of suggestion from the business owners. That's who we got to follow. We follow them, they follow them, and everybody's good. Oh.
Really.
Oh, no.
It's gonna pass it to me. The next one is Tammy. Tammy Panza.
Tammy Penza, 160 North Ave. I was gonna have you just read that, but then other things came up, so.
Oh, there you go.
One thing, I know Stuart is having alongside the waterkeepers concerns, I have a huge concern about that, especially with Spillway Park, the Blue Way Trail. The manatees have been
Decimated.
their population is decimated. That's a really good word for it. I think we should take a strong stand on that and whatever we need to do. So thank you for that. Regarding the 10th Avenue North and 95, I'm not sure of this diamond thing. I think it's oh my God. But the very first thing that I would do is get crossing guards there at the school hours when the school lets out. There's no crossing guards at A Street. Actually, maybe at A Street.
Yeah, it is at A Street.
Thanks. But at 95, there's no crossing guards. So that would be the biggest thing at those areas where the little people are walking from school and back and forth. Put crossing guards there.
What at
They're
Barnett?
going to proceed forth with whatever they're going to do, and we do need improvement because 10th Avenue North really stinks. Crossing guards in that area to make sure that our kids get across that area safely, and move forward with that. What else did I have up? Those are my 2 major things. I guess that's it for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Tammy. Okay, did we get one more, Mr.?
Madam Mayor, actually, it's on a consent item.
Okay. So Madam Clerk, what have you got?
Okay. First comment that I have is from Anthony Segrich, 601 South Palmway. Madam Mayor and Commissioners, I am commenting today to ask that the Commission ask that the Historic Preservation Board revisit the recent amendments to the staff COA approval matrix and allow homeowners to take advantage of low E environmentally friendly options for windows. Recent amendments established a 0.70 visible light transmission threshold on these windows. The 0.70 VT number is not near to any industry or manufacturer standards and would require custom-made low E windows to comply. This increases project costs by upwards of 75%, making the windows cost prohibitive. Most manufacturers have a 0.62 VT to 0.67 VT option that from the street to the human eye is almost visibly identical to a custom 0.70 VT window. These windows help the environment. Allowing low E 0.62 VT windows can reduce window-related energy costs by 35%. These windows help preserve historic structures. Traditional clear glass windows, especially jalousie windows, have increased condensation, which often leads to rot, termite damage, mildew, and mold growth. Low E 0.62 VT windows greatly reduce condensation and directly contribute to the preservation and health of historic buildings. Most low E 0.62 VT to 0.67 VT windows do not have tint or reflective film. They fall under the manufacturer's clear window options. This is in keeping with the HRPB recommendation that only clear windows be used on windows visible from the street. The current amendment to the COA approval matrix and HRPB recommendations are preventing homeowners from replacing environmentally insufficient windows, rotted windows, with energy efficient, impact resistant, historically similar options. Non-low E clear impact windows will turn a sunroom into a virtual oven in the Florida sun. I would ask the Commission to consider what would be in the best in the historic best interest of these homes. Take a step forward and follow the lead of other historic building projects that also address retrofitting them with environmentally forward-thinking options, or remain tied to the inefficient, outdated windows that require horrible aluminum shutters be left up for half the year while people are away for hurricane season. As a resident and owner of a contributing historic home, I would rather see beautiful windows that were a shade darker than crystal clear than rusted out aluminum shutters for 4 months any day. Thank you for your considerations of this matter. Anthony Segrich.
Thank you.
Wow, he only had 8 seconds left. That was good.
You're learning how to read fast.
I know, I'm sorry. The next one is from Jonathan Wright at 112 South J Street. Recent efforts by the city to aid local businesses have resulted in restaurants, occupations, and sidewalk downtown. Also, 24 public parking spaces have been eliminated for their additional benefit. This puts a lie to the CRA's claim of a downtown parking shortage. The city also condones outdoor live music from multiple bars. It seems apparent that at no time did the city consider the impacts of their actions upon local residents. Blocked sidewalks, overly loud music, outdoor amplifiers, significant litter, noisy and disruptive patrons during closing times, and purposely loud cars and motorcycles of both patrons and employees assaulting neighbors. The city must require the PBSO to enforce city noise ordinances. It should demand visible and responsive police presence on Lake and South J Streets. The police must enforce noise ordinances at Matthews Brewery and Bamboo Room. Police must be present Wednesday through Sunday on downtown streets from 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. We are greatly imposed upon.
Thank you.
The next one is from Teresa Miller of 829 North Lakeside Drive. It is important to acknowledge how far the city has progressed in the past few years. Market rate housing, streets, and many other improvements. There are projects in the works that must move forward, projects that will bring jobs, tax revenue, and residents to Lake Worth Beach that must not be delayed. Without the realization of these projects, we will continue to struggle. We will continue to have an abundance of empty storefronts. Merchants will go with their prospective customers. Most importantly, the Gulf Stream, after more than 10 years of looming over the city as a colossal failure to realize its potential, is finally about to become a success, a contributor to the city's long-term financial health, and a contributor to the businesses on Lake and Lucerne that suffered so dramatically when it closed. After so many years of hearing, it has so much potential. We are finally getting there. The pre-COVID meeting at the beach was proof of the community's interest in and enthusiasm for the current investors. I believe there are many Lake Worth Beach residents looking forward to the work beginning. There should be no roadblocks to its completion. We will all be watching to see how the current commission builds upon these successes. The last comment I have is from Charles Phillips at 526 South Palmway. I would like to start by saying that I absolutely support the difficult and underappreciated work that the Historic Preservation Board and staff do day in and day out. I would imagine it feels like a thankless job at times, with every move criticized by whoever is on the opposite side of the decision. That said, the historic preservation practices of this city are the exact reason my wife and I chose Lake Worth Beach as our home. We wanted to live by the water, in a home that would not be at risk of having the house next door purchased, torn down, and turned into a 4-story building with balconies overlooking our backyard. Needless to say, we love our city and our historic home in the South Palm Park neighborhood. We worked closely with staff during our 2018 renovations. They were helpful and knowledgeable, which made the experience quite rewarding. All of that notwithstanding, I do support the HRPB re-examining the recent revised guidelines with respect to the visible light transmission ratings of generally available low E window coatings. Our neighbors attempting to update their home for storm protection and energy savings since this revision seem to be finding that requirement of 0.70 low E glass not generally available in our area, or prohibitively expensive. A small adjustment to this requirement would literally make a big difference here. Slight lowering the minimum permission VLT to reflect the generally available non-tinted low E VLT ratings from major local manufacturers would allow folks to enjoy the benefits of energy-saving low E windows in their historic homes. Thank you for your time. Madam Mayor, that's all I have for these.
Thank you. And I mean, this window thing is really a hot topic. And people are now going to get their hurricane windows and can I seek some consensus from the commission that we should address this as quickly as possible?
Madam Mayor,
Yeah,
it's from my understanding, talking to
right.
Waters, that they're ginning up a item to bring to y'all in workshop form on June because of the schedule.
Well,
can we do it quicker?
yeah, I mean, people are, I mean, I'm one of them. It's, I can't go forward. People can't go forward without much more expense. I mean, isn't that something we could do quickly if we have a consensus to change it? And I see a light on from Commissioner Robinson.
There's no workshop necessary, I think.
Right, with this particular issue.
And I think if they're ginning it up, they could gin it up for the next meeting to ratify.
Just that particular aspect of it.
Madam Mayor, could the attorney clarify the process to change the code?
Let's hear from our city attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If this is a code provision in our ordinance.
It's not. I'm getting Wes Blackman is shaking his head.
I don't know if it's a policy or a code. If it's a code, then we have to go through the ordinance of drafting the amendment. Now, if it's from HRPB, typically an ordinance that's going to impact that board would then be reviewed first by HRPB before it came to the commission. They would either recommend it or deny it, and then ultimately the decision becomes before you as the policy board to make that ultimate decision. If it's not a code provision and it's some type of policy that's been decided, then that's another discussion that I'd have to have with William Waters in terms of what could be brought forward for the next meeting for you to address the issue.
And do I have permission to go forward with this a little bit? Because it seems to be a hot issue. I'm looking at Mr. Blackman, who's actively participating from the back of the room.
But he did sleep in a Motel 6 last night.
Madam Mayor, this is William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. As a matter of fact, the window issue is mentioned in the Historic Preservation Design Guidelines, which are part of the Land Development Regulations, which is an ordinance. We will be bringing a resolution or proposed resolution to the HRPB at a special meeting in June. If the resolution does entail changing the ordinance, it will be brought to you thereafter. But that's the fastest that we could make an amendment to the land development regulations.
So there was an amendment in October. This glass thing just happened in October of last year.
The HRPB, as I understood it, opened the design guidelines only allow for clear glass with no low E. Staff was getting requests for low E and made a request of the HRB to open the door to allow low E. And that's where the 70% decision was, 70% VLT was adopted as a policy as part of the overall certificate of appropriateness approval matrix. We are going to look at amending that approval matrix. If it requires changing an ordinance, we will bring something forward, but give us a little bit, and I will send you back an email probably Monday because I'm out of the office on Thursday and Friday. I'm laying out the path to have this resolved. Thank you.
That sounds a little, all right. And then with all due respect, and I don't know the process, you know the process more, but I think we need more conversation. Mr. McVoy?
And I guess, yes, I totally agree. This ought to get resolved as quickly as possible. We're moving the number from 0.7 to 0.6. It clearly meets the industry kinds of things. It seems to me that the policy was changed rather informally and fairly quickly in October. It ought to be possible to change it and help out folks who are trying to get ready for the hurricane season. Let's just do this.
They haven't had their May meeting yet, right?
Right.
Get it on their agenda.
There's a meeting to go.
I'm not sure we can meet the advertising that may be required. The meeting's a week from tomorrow.
Was it an ordinance change in October of 2020?
It was a change in the approval matrix that actually delineates what staff can approve at the staff level and what has to go before the board. The board at that time would only allow staff to approve clear glass. If you wanted a low E glass, and Aaron can jump in if I'm incorrect, but as I understand it, if you wanted a low E glass, you had to go to the preservation board to get approval on that. And at that time, the consensus was of the board to allow 70% VLT glass in certain instances.
The standard was, what we did is we undertook research of what is the equivalent of clear glass and what visually appeared clear as a low E product. So the ordinance or the design guidelines say clear is only permitted administratively. So what we did as staff is we said, okay, for right now, to broaden the standard and allow more low E, even if it's not the industry standard for low E as an interim step, we said this low E was visually the same as clear glass. The next low E is a little bit darker. The previous low E where the standard is, that was the industry standard. The industry has changed, started to change recently to darken the windows, which are no longer as clear as the previous windows. So that requires a specific change to the design guidelines to consider low E because they don't look clear anymore.
Then I have another question, and maybe you can answer it. When I spoke with Jordan, he mentioned it was the city's policy to do a 360 evaluation of this sort of thing. And I don't know, is that a policy that's written? Is that another ordinance that we have to go through this process to change? Or is that just who made that decision? And it's a question.
Where is it codified?
Yeah, I mean, is it codified?
So those decisions are codified. I'll lean on William a little bit more, but as a certified local government, our design guidelines are reviewed by the state of Florida to enable us to have that certified status. And it is a standard in the state of Florida for certified local governments to do a 360 review on contributing structures only. If your structure is not contributing, the structure is only reviewed from the street. That is something to change. We'd have to check with the state. In losing our certified local government status, we would no longer be able to offer base flood elevations for homes that wanted to renovate and exceeded the 50% threshold. They would be required to elevate. So there's some issues there. It's not quite so cut and dry.
Do you know if other cities don't take the 360 approach towards the historic contributing structures? If you know that, I don't know.
Mayor, and this is William. Almost every ordinance takes into account a 360 review of a contributing property. The level of design integrity that is enforced on various elevations does vary from municipality to municipality. And Aaron and I have been talking about bringing forward at least a hopefully lesser standard that the state would approve or at least support on rear facades that don't face the street. It may not be 3 elevations, but it definitely is some consideration to be given for the rear facade because some of those are completely not visible from anywhere unless you're in the alley on a ladder.
And sides of some of these houses that are so close together, you couldn't see the side of my house if you wanted to.
And we will, and as I mentioned, we have been a little overwhelmed with the number of applications for requests. COVID has not slowed anything down. It's actually sped things up. And we had this on our list to work on as our next LDR update. But we have been working with, I think, 11 plan developments. And as an example, next week's preservation board is very full and the following month has 10 or 11 cases on it. So we have not been able to spend the time on this to bring something forward to you as expeditiously as I would like.
Yeah, and I certainly appreciate that. I know you're very, very busy, but I mean, this is the kind of thing, a comment was made in public comments that, the focus of the city, well, it was about the CRA, but, is on large developments. But what about the guy that lives in the city that wants to do something to improve his house, and now it's not allowed because we have this policy?
Yep.
I understand. Thank you. Appreciate that. I just feel like, there's always a way to say no.
Let's find
a way to say yes.
Especially where it has an environmental aspect that we have a Department of Sustainability that ought to kind of pay attention to that.
Yeah, I don't know, because we have people right now that cannot do their windows, or they have to do the windows the way the city, in a very apparently the most restrictive way, chose to do it. And I understand busyness, but I also understand that if you want to live in Lake Worth, it should be easier to do that. So maybe I'm just venting, and I'm sorry if I annoy you, Mr. Waters.
You're not
but-
annoying me at all.
Well, I would,
have one quick
yeah.
question. So as we heard from Wes Blackman, he said that on the document on the website, it mentions low E on that document. So I'm trying to understand the discrepancy between the guidelines sticking clearly to clear glass and then the document that we're advertising for our historic preservation mentions that it's clear glass or low E.
The guidelines equate a version of low E that's equal to clear, which was what Aaron was just describing. Low E has changed, as she mentioned. The guidelines that we worked on were started, I believe, 3 years ago and were only adopted fully about 2 years ago. And so industry standards do change. We do run behind, unfortunately. And there is a case, I believe the HRPB has next week about this. And there likely will be some direction coming from the HRBB on this very issue next week. It won't be a full change necessarily because that will have to be done a different way. But like I said, we do anticipate bringing something to the HRPB. Hopefully it can be a matrix change in June. And if it requires more, we brought to you as expeditiously after that as possible.
Thank you for clarifying.
Commissioner McBoy?
Since you're there, William, you mentioned that the department is busy with 10 or 11 planned developments. Could you share with us, and there's a frustration that the mayor shared, perhaps perhaps not, between the balance of supporting developments, large developments, and supporting home residents that are here. Could you clarify for us whether any of those 10 or 11 planned developments have even mentioned using low E windows in any of their projects?
Well, right now, none of them are actually in the historic district. They're all outside. What I was just giving you a general example is that the Preservation Board is hearing more cases than they normally have. The numbers of individual certificates of appropriateness is higher than normal, and the building permit applications is about 20–25% higher than last year. The staff, we only have 4 planners, 2 that are not related to historic preservation, 2 that are. They are extremely busy, and it's been a real surprise that they've been as busy as they are. We have as many requests as we have, especially in light of COVID. Maybe COVID brought about a major interest in home improvement and changes to both in and outside historic districts. But the level of permit request, zoning verifications, certificates of appropriateness is at an all-time high in the city.
I have a question.
Maybe my question was unclear or I stated it poorly. My question is, forget about historic or not historic. On these planned developments, are they using low E windows and are using the 0.6 or the 0.7 to your knowledge?
We don't get into the window specifications on planned developments that are not in a historic district.
Oh, okay.
Still didn't get an answer to my question.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have the information that you want, and I can let you know once they apply for a permit. But the last one that was permitted was the Mid, and the Bohemian just was issued a permit, and they are using a modified type of glass that can get you a performance standard on it. I don't believe it's low E, but I could be incorrect, but I'll bring that to you and send that to you also on Monday of next week.
For this change that you've clearly heard the commission is in favor of, is it required that it be passed through the HRPB before it comes to us?
Any change to land development regulations must go through the Historic Preservation Board or the Planning Board as a local planning agency before it comes to the City Commission for 2 readings under an ordinance.
Thank you. Commissioner Malega?
Just in keeping with everyone wanting to be transparent, there's no conversation about this anywhere on the agenda. So people who are on the outside, I don't even know this conversation is happening. So I would like to move forward.
No,
William Waters bring something back and put this on the agenda so people who are genuinely interested know, because there are people out there who are residents who this affects that might not be listening to.
It came up and we got to talk about it, and it's going to come back. But I think the urgency of it was important.
Yeah, if we can workshop it or whatever, but I just feel like we need to keep.
I don't think we need a workshop. I think we need.
The question is, what's faster, an appeal process, just applying for the low E windows and appealing that decision? Or
I don't know.
Waiting for LDR changes to go through that process?
Mr. Waters, do you know the answer to that question?
Well, based on how quickly we've been able to do the current 2 appeals that you're hearing, the process to actually institute a zoning in progress will be far faster.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve? A motion by Commissioner Maliga, second by Commissioner Stokes. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Consent agenda. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second by
Second.
Commissioner
Do we have
Robinson.
a comment card on this?
We don't
No,
do
we
comment
do.
cards on consent agenda.
Okay.
Yes, I
I
thought,
thought it said that up here. It says public participation of non-agenda items.
That's what we
and
just did. And
that
the,
was
cons-
that.
can they make comments on the consent agenda?
Madam Mayor, this was submitted after we did the comment cards.
Right, but normally they can make comments on
The
agenda.
item's not being heard, so we normally
Right.
don't take a comment on the consent agenda.
That's-
Okay, well, it says it on here.
Yeah, I know,
So,
it's-
We'll talk about that Thursday.
Yeah.
All right, sorry.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor for the approving the consent?
Aye.
Thank you. Public hearings, ordinance number 20, First Amendment to the that was on the consent agenda. Ordinance number 2021-02, second reading. What do we do next?
Madam Mayor, you want me to read the ordinance by title?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ordinance number 2021-02, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the official zoning map by approving the creation of a residential planned development district located at the northwest corner of 10th Avenue North and Boutwell Road, consisting of approximately 6.39 acres, as more particularly described in Exhibit A. It is located within the mixed-use west zoning district with the future land use designation of mixed-use west that includes the specific development standards described in Exhibit B, approving a development of significant impact, approving a conditional use permit, approving density and height bonus incentives through the city's sustainable bonus incentive program, approving a major site plan for the construction of a 230-unit residential plan development, provided for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Thank you. Now this is the second reading. Does the staff want to update us about any changes that have been made or?
Based on the comments that were raised at the last hearing and in conversations with adjacent property owners, the applicant has made some formal changes to the site plan, inclusive of making the building at the north end 2 stories. It has been provided with additional setback and additional landscaping. Another building that's within the interior of the project was made 5 stories versus 3. The overall number of units has remained the same. The overall site plan configuration is basically the same. If you want a little bit more elaboration on what all has been altered, representatives from the applicant and property owner are available. They're sitting in the front row.
Thank you, yes. So what we saw last week at the last meeting is essentially what's before us. No changes since the first reading have happened. Correct?
The plan changed. Sorry, for the record, Brian Seymour, goes on behalf of the applicant. The plan changed consistent with what you all told us.
Right.
And the 2-story and the buffers, we did show you that at the last meeting.
And the Romanos are happy?
Yes, Your Honor, the 5 conditions were incorporated into your package, not in the ordinance, but they're in the package.
Okay, perfect. So everyone's.
And we agree to those conditions.
Okay, thank you very much. Do I have a motion? Are there any public comment cards?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I always forget. What?
am I allowed to comment?
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate the work that's been done on the project, that some of the items that we raised have been addressed, some were not. I just would like to, I don't see that we have any option but to vote in favor of it. However, it does concern me that we just saw a presentation on traffic on 10th Avenue North. All of us are very aware that whatever any traffic engineer tells you, our eyes, lying or otherwise, tell us very different about that road currently. And I see no way to believe that this development is going to diminish that problem in every way to see that it's going to make it worse. I don't know what we do with that, but I would just like it to be known that to me, this is a concern.
I think few people share. Commissioner Robinson?
And we're going to be talking about sustainable bonuses and public transportation, or at least a version of public transportation should be considered.
Commissioner Maliga.
I just want to say thank you to the Romanos for being patient. Thank you to the developers and all of their staff for sitting here for hours and grinding through. I just have one question. Are we changing the name from Golden Roads to something else? I thought that was brought up.
Yes, for the record, Lindsay lives in WGI. Yeah, Advances at Lake Worth.
Okay.
Advances?
Advances.
Advances.
ADVANCIS.
I thought
Advances. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I also, I mean, this worked out for everybody. You were willing to work, the Romanos were willing to meet, and we appreciate that. The traffic is a concern that we have a big concern with the traffic, and I feel very much like our hands are tied, which is very frustrating. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Any second?
Second.
Commissioner Stokes, all in favor?
Aye.
I thank you very much. Good luck with the project. Keep it nice. Do good work.
Thank you.
But we know where to find you.
And we know where to find you.
They're all on the video.
Take care. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Romano. Okay, now we are moving on to new business. All right. Oh, whoops. Thank you. New business. All right. The new business, the first one is a resolution 23-2021, issuing a notice of intent to adopt a temporary moratorium on accepting development applications under the Sustainable Bonus Program. I think we were going to back off the moratorium language a little bit, but that seems to be in here.
Yes.
Do we want to hear from our city attorney about why?
Yeah.
Because I know we expressed it at the last. meeting.
Sure. Does staff have a presentation?
Your Honor, I
Yes,
believe
we do.
they have a presentation.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I'm going to try to share it. If I get stuck, then I'll ask Keith for some help. Our commission meeting tonight is on the Sustainable Bonus Incentive Program Resolution. I wanted to go over a little bit about the philosophy that brought about this program. Some of you on the dais were involved in the creation of the changes to both the land development regulations as well as the future land use element of the comprehensive plan. This goes back as early as 2004 and 2005. The philosophy of the program was to encourage on-site improvements that improve the quality of life of residents. Also to encourage greater private investment to build a stronger tax base, because remember at the time, the city was in a state of financial urgency. This is 2011, 12, and 13. There was a request to try to provide concise, predictable, consistent policy that would allow development to happen on a consistent basis in the city. We preferred at the time that the developer drive the success of a project by deciding how to invest the additional money that was being required of the Sustainable Bonus Program. It also provided an out that allowed developers to make a payment to the city for identified infrastructure and sustainable improvements versus on-site improvements that will be incorporated in their project. There's an annual requirement that the City Commission established the values that are required to meet the program. And there was an interest in order to keep the competitive nature of the city for development within the reach of developers and not make development uncompetitive by making the value too high. And then also as part of the requirement, the commission is required to review the program on an annual basis to look at how whatever money is in the trust fund of the program is to be spent, identify priority projects, and then also establish the priority or I guess the calendaring of those projects. The Sustainable Bonus and Trust Fund is where that private money would go if it's paid to the city. It is to be managed separately. It can only be spent on sustainable public infrastructure improvements. Again, I mentioned that the program is reviewed annually. Projects are identified by the City Commission and prioritized. There must be a rational nexus of those projects or some kind of relationship to the project from which the money is coming from for the project that's coming forward. But a project can benefit the whole public at large and then meet that rational nexus test. Over the last 8.5 years, only one project is paid into the fund. That was Woodspring Hotel. It's about $27,000. We have one or two pending that likely will be writing a check to the city. The one approved project out of the fund is the Park of Commerce Gateway signage that has not been installed yet. So the program was envisioned and set up in the 2012 amendment to the future land use element of the comprehensive plan, which required that it be further refined and described in the land development regulations themselves, which were adopted a year later in 2013. We went through a major overhaul of the comprehensive plan based on the ear-based amendment process in 2017 and did further refinements of the regulations in 2018 and 19. There's a list here of projects that have utilized the program over the past 8 years. Some of them have already been constructed and built and been opened. Other ones are in process. The ones that are in process on here, which we just approved one, Golden Roads. Serendipity is well into the process, so is Casabella. Alora is just breaking ground now. That's on Palmway and Lake Avenue. The Cloisters Phase 2 has been approved, but has not broken ground. Lake Worth Apartments, Deco Green, 3300 Boutwell are all going to the Planning and Zoning Board tomorrow night. Adoka is under appeal. You will be seeing that, I think, on May 11th. And Aviara is the project next to the Publix downtown, which did utilize the program to make modifications to their site plan and design. As a little bit more background, the Sustainable Bonus Incentive Program applies to any and all projects that are more than 2 stories in any and all zoning districts. This includes requests for additional FAR floor area ratio for single-family residential buildings in the city. Currently, the base value that is required to be shown is $5 per square foot for all floors above the 2nd floor that are allowed to be developed through the governing rules of the land development regulations. Planned developments which have the possibility for additional density, intensity, and floor area ratio under the comprehensive plan, that square footage has to have a $10 per square foot value. As it is right now, investment of the value can be on-site or through a payment to the city's Sustainable Bonus Incentive Program. Here's another list of the types of things that have been included in projects to meet the requirement. They range from sustainable conservation type certifications like LEED and Florida Green Building. Historic preservation is a way to do it. Enhanced landscaping and open space, public art, community gardens, bus and transit shelters. We've gotten dog parks, tot lots, provision of public parking. We've gotten dedication of right-of-way for improvements on transportation roadways. One project even agreed to maintain the right-of-way that would be the city's responsibility along Boutwell Road because they felt it was intrinsically important to their neighborhood or project that that area be maintained at a higher level than what was being done in the past. We also have active and passive recreation opportunities. So moving on, the program does provide a clear and concise, consistent and quantifiable process for private investment. And what I mean by quantifiable, the developer will know what has to be spent or included in their project in an actual dollar value versus sort of rolling the dice and not knowing quite how much it will be. So it's easy to predict and easy to calculate. The programs have 2 ways of being investment, either on-site or public realm improvements. So far, the program has encouraged a lot of investment that normally or probably likely would not have been invested in projects. Now that has probably, the market has changed, the market dynamic has changed. I think that's one reason why you would like to look at this. The program has grown the tax base at a greater rate than likely would have been done otherwise. It also provides flexibility, and this can be better understood in that it's just identified in the comprehensive plan, but the requirement that it be fleshed out and described more fully has to happen in the land development regulations. The program is unique and has been copied by other municipalities because it fosters a mutually beneficial collaboration between the commission policy and vision and direction of the city, as well as the developers performing and ensuring that a project is successful. I'm going to get into a little bit on very soon how we can easily amend this to adjust to your questions that you've had that have been, I guess, discussed at maybe now 3 commission meetings, the changes in market forces, the changes in development cost, and what the city needs. And again, there are other cities that are copying our program because of its ease of use. There are some projects that are in the loop right now that are not formally a full application before the city. One of those is the Gulf Stream, but they have made an application. So it should be able to be grandfathered in depending on how you choose to move forward on this. There are other projects that are at a more conceptual level who've been discussing their moving forward or how they might go about requesting for an entitlement. They're listed here. They don't have names yet, but there's North G Street, but there's about 500 units altogether that are floating around in an identified project that would be affected by this resolution if it cut off at projects that had not already made an application to the city. The process to amend the program could take a number of avenues, and I've talked to Christy about it, and she's going to help me describe one avenue for you. You can adopt the resolution as it is, which would establish a moratorium. We would come back with proposed changes to either and or the land development regulations and the comprehensive plan if necessary. That process could take anywhere from 3 to 6 months. We could prepare amendments if necessary to the land development regulations just themselves, which could be done through an establishment of a zoning in progress versus a moratorium. The other part, once, and I know there's an interest from most of you, if not all of you, to have more money funneled to the city to be spent on offsite or public realm improvements. We would need to begin the work on preparing a funding plan, further identify project priorities and time frames, and then a more clear process on how to manage the sustainable bonus incentive program, because likely it would generate quite a large number of dollars in it quite quickly, based on the number of projects that are coming through the process. Either way, we would be doing an ordinance change that might have some components that deal with project priorities to address rational nexus, and also the plan of what would happen to the money. If whatever ordinance it would be, since it would amend the land development regulations, would have required public hearings before the Planning and Zoning Board and the Historic Resource Preservation Board, and then 2 readings of an ordinance before the City Commission. So what and I have spoken to one commissioner because she asked me about it. What I would like to propose, if you're open to it, is that instead of establishing a moratorium, that we do an official zoning in progress, which can be done by a resolution tonight, and Christy can walk you through that. And what I would propose is that from this point forward, projects that would like to participate in the program must write a check for at least half of the sustainable bonus value to the city into the trust account. That would not preclude projects from moving forward. It would allow them to happen. And in the intervening time, if you wish to amend the project, the process more, change that percentage, we would have more time to do that. We could build a better prioritization process and funding plan. We could not have to rush through this. And it also would not send as negative a message to the public and the development world as a moratorium would. And I hope that you will be open to that avenue versus establishing a moratorium that would have to have a sunset date, but it would send a message that likely is not the intent of what you would like to do. So I'm here to answer any questions you might have, and so is Christy. Thank you.
I have a question, and I'm just going to jump the list of developments that you have up there have not applied. I have it somewhere. I have not of that one. Have not yet applied, correct?
Right. They have been talking to staff either through requesting of a zoning confirmation letter or a very conceptual design. One has made requests to be reviewed at the site plan review level through our concierge service, but have not actually formally submitted an application. So if you went the route that I had suggested, all of those projects would be writing a check to the city for at least half of their sustainable bonus requirement. 2 of the projects also have a transfer development right component that cannot happen unless the sustainable bonus program happens. And one of those, I think, would be about $175,000 of transfer development right money, which is a separate trust account that can only be spent on infrastructure, but there are no strings as to a rational nexus because you're actually selling development rights to a developer. You will hear about that program a little more when Deco Green comes before you in about a month or so.
And they're one that had they're on the track of getting of being in the current sustainability.
Right. They will be going to the Planning and Zoning Board tomorrow night, actually.
Okay. So what would explain to me, if you would, or explain to us if you would, the having them put half of the money into, and giving us half the money up front. What's the benefit of that? I don't understand that.
First of all, let's say a project has $100,000 of value that must be shown as a sustainable bonus. If what I'm proposing would be that they have to write a check for at least $50,000 to the city's sustainable bonus trust fund account. they could meet the other 50,000 through whatever process is already in the LDR, such as an historic preservation project, a Florida green building, additional landscaping, whatever. And those projects would write that check. We're coming up into the budget season. You would likely have some amount of money in that trust fund within the next few months if these projects do move forward. And you could decide how you would like to spend that money. You did bring up a very good idea yesterday. The clock at the beach could be funded through the Sustainable Bonus Program's revenue generation.
Okay, so for example, and the Golden Roads that we just approved, is there a dollar amount that was actually found that their sustainability matched?
It was, I think, right at $300,000. Yes.
Okay, so for instead of $300,000, we didn't get that $300,000. We got concessions about the green building and the height and the setbacks and that sort of thing, correct?
And put in additional landscaping. So if Golden Roads, which you just approved, were approved under what I'm proposing, right, you would be getting a check for about $150,000, $165,000 for the TRIP Sustainable Bonus Program at a minimum.
And that's non-refundable if the project doesn't go through?
And that's the question, is when is it actually paid? The proposal as it is now, it's paid at the time that a permit is requested for the project. So if the project does not move forward, it would not be paid. But if the project doesn't move forward, we wouldn't get it anyway. Right. I don't believe that we can legally require them to pay up front. Before the project goes
when they apply for the permit, let's say they apply for the permit, they're going to go forward, they give us half the money, and then for whatever, they lose funding, something bad happens, they don't go forward. We would not give that money back to them. I'm not questioning when we get it. I'm questioning what happens.
I'm conjecturing no, we would not, but I'd have to get with Christy to see if we can legally do that. To me, once they pay the money and apply for a permit, the only way their project could stay alive and maintain its vesture of being approved was that money stay in place.
Thank you. Commissioner Maliga.
William, I just want to say thank you for working on me with this and trying to come to a solution. The other thing I'd like to back up is that we've already talked about the fact that the Gulf Stream is not going to be affected. Anybody who's already got their applications in, any projects that are out there, we're not trying to detour or tell people not to invest. We're now just looking at the fact that this is what we had to do 10 years ago to get people to start bringing money to the table. And we're past that now. So how do we build the fund? How do we look at infrastructure? How do we look at road costs? By bringing in half of this money up front, we're building a trust fund to address those issues down the road. The only other thing I would like to take back on this list of agreeable items is on-site active recreation and on-site passive recreation. I don't think that we should be paying for them to go pooling when that just helps rent or sell their facility. Everything else that's on this list, me as a commissioner and as a resident and business owner, I think is 100% on point, especially with, beautifications, Florida green, public art, public spaces. That coupled with the fact that we're getting half this money to put into a trust fund, we're not sending the message of, no, we don't want business, we're moving everybody forward. We can literally handle all this tonight without having to go through 3 and 4 and 5 meetings and scaring investors off and just start moving forward.
But we'd still have to go through a process. Yeah.
Can you help me?
Yeah, what it would be a zoning in progress, and that could be easily incorporated that active and passive recreation opportunities would not be allowed in the program. That's striking out, I think, 3 lines of the LDRs and then adding in maybe a 3-sentence policy statement at the front of it that under this program, half the value required must be paid in the form of a check to the city at the time that the project requests a building permit.
Instead of a stop or a moratorium.
Commissioner McBoyd.
I'm not sure that I agree that we can adjust this all in one meeting. I think all of us are coming into this, with perhaps the exception of myself, very new. There's a lot of development involved. We've seen several projects that raised our alarm on how we address this. I think it needs to be looked at fairly carefully. I don't think we should do it on the fly right now. In particular, in that direction, I would ask for a couple pieces of additional information. Could you prepare for us for whenever we next look at this, William, this list that we have on the screen, could you prepare just a little table that would say of the projects that have come through, which have been used so far? So we have some idea of how it's been used. We could then look at it and say, yeah, that seems like a reasonable return.
Commissioner, Boyd, this is a list of what's been used so far. The actual, what's the type of improvements utilized. Maybe it wasn't as clearly. There are other options in the code. I can provide a table when we talk about and bring the ordinance forward as to what other types of items that can be included. But these are the ones that have been utilized so far over the past 8.5 years.
Okay, I guess I'm apparently not speaking clearly. This was my second offense on that one. What I'm looking at is a table that says LEED certification. And then the next column over tells you which projects in fact did that. So we could look at them and get an idea. Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable or didn't. And I don't know whether you have to go back all the way 8 years, but some idea of which ones have been used, which ones have not, where, so that we could have a look at them.
But with all due respect, Chris, what is that going to help? I don't understand. That's giving staff more work.
Commissioner,
I think what we're talking about here tonight is in place of trying to put a stop in development. None of us want that. None of us want this reaction from the community. No, we don't want to be sending this message, but I don't think that's the end of the conversation.
Right.
And as we're moving forward, I've talked to other developers in this city who do smaller infill projects. And they've suggested, if you want LEED certification, why don't you just make that part of?
Right. I think there's more.
So there's a lot more to dig into here.
Yeah, and I don't think,
so I want to know if we're going to be doing, I think information's great, and we're having our workshop next week. I don't want any impression that this is like the final conversation.
Stop everything, you guys. I hate to, I'm not going to be the bad person over here, but I'm going to. We have in black and white what's been used. And if we all set up here that we don't want money being spent on the inside of the project, well, then that kind of just takes off 2 or 3 items and let's move forward.
Well, City Manager, we have a workshop scheduled on development, correct? Like this was something we've already
talked about
having next week.
We have a workshop on.
Madam Mayor, I know that we have a workshop Thursday. We have one that we were looking to do on general conversation about the development process, the CRA, and that whole, this kind of jumped ahead. And I don't remember the date. I'm sorry.
The 18th.
Thank you. Yes, so it'd be the 18th.
Yeah, we have it.
Right. So I appreciate us trying to avoid any kind of moratorium and any kind of bad messaging, but this is probably one of the most important issues to our city and how we're going to be shaping it. And we need to reevaluate how and what message, and can we make things easier for development so that they know exactly what we're looking for and revisit this program. I really think that this is temporary solution. This is not.
But I think that it is considered a temporary solution.
Right.
I don't think that's Mr. Waters, correct me if I'm wrong, that as with a zoning in progress, and maybe everybody doesn't understand what that means, a zoning in progress, they pay up the half. So we've preserved, we're not stopping development, but we're getting something right away. And
yes, ma'am. We're providing the ability for projects to move forward by paying half the program's cost into your program. We would not have a time constraint on how much you all want to discuss or amend the program. It could be amended more than once, but it would avoid having to have a moratorium. And then we can bring forward and have a further robust discussion on what aspects of the program you would like to delete, edit, modify, or whatever. But at the same time, projects could move forward under the zoning in progress mechanism. And as soon as you make a final decision or a series of interim decisions on what you'd like to do, then those projects that move forward at that time would fall under those rules and regulations.
Okay, so that's the question that I have. If the people on that list pay us half, that's half of what is currently considered a sustainable bonus.
Right.
Okay, so it would not improve. So for those projects, the changes wouldn't affect them. They would just be, explain that. I'm afraid that.
Well, they may choose to not do some of the on-site improvements they otherwise would do. I don't think that will be the case because the market forces have changed.
Oh, yeah.
They will just have to write a check and then build into their pro forma anywhere from 25 to possibly $25,000 to $300,000 check to the city. The $300,000 check being on the upper end of a much larger project that is a multi-million-dollar investment, and that $300,000 would be, it's not an inconsequential amount of money, but it's fairly small based on the overall value of the project that's coming forward.
But those programs, if they gave us half the sustainable, the other half would be, the cash would be one half, and then the other amenities would be the other half. Is that what you're saying?
Or, yes, ma'am.
And it would be under, what, I'm sorry?
Or the developer could give you a check for the whole thing.
Okay, but that's based on the current sustainable incentive program.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Which is,
If I can maybe explain. So the resolution we drafted that's in your backup was to put a sort of a stay in place to say the sustainable bonus program is on hold. So it wouldn't prevent development, but it would stop the program. That is one way of doing it.
right.
Give you time to do a complete review of the program and decide what changes you want to make.
Right.
Usually a moratorium is 6 months to a year, can't be longer. That's
No,
one process. What William has devised is, if you want to, we can revise the resolution to just be zoning in progress, to make the changes that are talked about here tonight in that resolution, and say in a zoning in progress going forward, the sustainable bonus program will work this way. We will determine the amount. You will pay 50% of that amount to the city. The other will be in whatever you do with your project that's allowed. If you want to strike passive and active recreation, we can also put that in the resolution, so that going forward, your sustainable bonus program under a zoning in progress resolution would look this way. That would give you the time to then spend more time and look at the program without a moratorium on the entire program, and come back with some other changes, more in-depth changes to the program.
But those changes would not affect anybody that gives us half the money.
Correct. They would still be allowed under zoning in progress with the modified program to use the program as you set forth in the resolution.
But essentially, they would not be affected. There's like 450 units up there. And so we would not, for those, that's a lot of units. So for those units, if we did the zoning in progress and pay the half, if we decide that they have to do LED, but whatever it is, they would not have to, because they've already got their foot in the door with the old sustainability program. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. There are two different lists. We had the list, and we'll go back to it. Let me get back there. The projects on this slide are ones that have not made formal application yet. So these projects could move forward under a modified program if you were to put the zoning in progress in place. If you choose to put a moratorium in place, none of these can move forward.
Okay, but that's, but as in moving forward, they would be moving forward with the current sustainable bonus incentive program.
No, the one that we put in place tonight.
The one that we put in, well, we haven't put one in place. I mean,
I'm saying what we're talking about.
If you were to put the zoning in progress, that would provide a additional application requirement for these projects when they come in. So if all 5 of the 6 of these were to come in after you establish something under zoning in progress tonight, they would likely all be paying the city a check.
And having to, and I'm sorry if I'm being dense about this, but they would have to then comply with any new sustainability.
Yes.
All right, that was my question. All right.
Yeah, I was not done with my questions, comments.
Okay, well.
But there are a couple points that seem to me really important for us to understand here. And I want to make sure I'm clear about them and that the public is clear. I believe, William, I heard you say that other communities have emulated this program. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. So that suggests to me that there are other communities that do not have a sustainability bonus incentive program and manage to have development happening them, because I'm sure that we are not the only community in South Florida that is experiencing development. Is that a correct statement?
That's correct. I would preface it, though, that other cities have an and West Palm has this in some instances, and most cities have this. They have a roll the dice kind of thing. And one thing that we were trying very hard for the development community to have is something that's clear, concise, repeatable, predictable versus, oh, I think I might want to try to go for this amount of development and just see what happens. And I'm not trying to throw other municipalities under the bus, but it has led to a great deal of consternation and concern from citizens groups in a variety of communities whereby a project gets approved, but no one had any idea it could get approved, either from a density standpoint or from a height standpoint. Where Lake Worth is unique is that our height is built into a table in the comp plan, and you cannot exceed that height with the density and bonuses. We have density limits built into the comp plan that are regulated by the incentives that are put in place. So a developer, you walk them through the system and said, you cannot get higher than 5 stories no matter what you want to do, unless you want to come to the city and ask for a comp plan amendment. You can't get more density than this number unless you want to do the same thing. Our program is probably the most predictable one that I'm aware of in Florida. And it's also driven by the developer. If you want to get to a certain number of units, you're going to have to incorporate this, that, and whatever, go through a plan development. And at this point, if we go this route, write a check to the city. It's not going to be a roll of the dice kind of thing where you don't know whether you can get it or not. It's more defined. And I think some cities have appreciated the fact, and we've gotten a lot of positive feedback from developments, and Lindsay's maybe still there. She's one of them that you can walk this through a process with a developer. It's easy. It sounds complicated on the face of it, but it's formulaic, it's quantifiable, and it's quantifiable. And so it has worked here. That's why other cities are looking at it and have copied it, because there's a table you can create and it directs how your development's going to happen. And it also provides some level of assurance to the public that what they expected to come out in form of density levels and such as expressed in the comp plan is what the reality will be on the actual ground.
And I appreciate that. And I recall that you sharing that view many years ago that we should figure out what we want as a city, codify it, and give a clear direction to developers through that. I think everybody on this commission, I'm seeing a lot of nods, is in favor of that. And we laud that aspect of it. My point is that as we think about this whole process, I don't think we should feel, if I understand correctly, that cities that don't have this program, they don't get any development. Other developers do manage to work without it. We're actually helping them out quite a bit. And if I understand it correctly, and I'll come back to the example of the Golden Roads, basically what a developer is doing, if I understand, and you can correct me, is you're entitled by right, by the zoning, to have X density, X height, X some other things, the FAR, for instance. Then we have this sustainable program that says, if you do some things within this, we will give you a bump on one or more of those things. And a developer is then going to do a calculation. What is that bump worth to me? And what does the bonus cost me? And if the bump is bigger than the bonus, away you go. For us to think about it, I think, for instance, to bring it back to the Golden Roads project, you mentioned that the sustainable bonus the value of the sustainable bonus, we didn't receive it in a text, but the value is, your estimate was about $300,000. What I would be interested to know is what was the value of the increased height, density, FAR, whatever they got to the developer? Was it about $300,000 or was it about $3 million of benefit? Because we need to, as a commission, understand how is that balance between what the developer gets extra above and beyond the normal zoning and what we receive as benefits, whether internal or external, to the city. I think it's reasonable for us to be clear about how those two things relate to each other.
Well, it can, and I can get some numbers from someone, but in a more easier to understand analysis for the you and the commissioners is that there's a value per door that they can open, and a door is a unit. And a developer in today's market in Lake Worth Beach is likely not going to want to spend or cannot make a performer work if they're spending more than $30,000 per unit door on multifamily. So one of the things we backed into this is, and as an example, 1,000 square foot unit under this program in one instance cost $10,000. And then related that to the construction cost. If we bump it up to a $30,000 value per se, it likely will preclude developers from moving forward because it's just not cost advantageous to spend that much for that additional door. But like on Golden Roads, the site development, the footprints are all that cost is already incorporated, and the more units it can be divided among, the cost per door in creating the door becomes less. And there's a balancing act in there. I think and one of the things we can look at that we should as part of your budget process is the value. Is the value of $5 per square foot still competitive, or should it be a little higher now that construction costs are going up? There's higher demand in the city. That will be easier to quantify on the return on investment versus maybe looking at the value that the developer is getting back, because I'm not going to be able to create or get at the revenue return. You may be able to get a tax-based value, but not being able to run the performer piece as to whether a developer can make it work or not. That's going to be a pretty hefty haul.
So I think, and we have a couple of public comments. Oh, I see you like, okay. So if we do it zoning with the pay the half. Now, one more question I just have is let's say we value when they come in at $100,000, but when we redo the sustainability bonus, it actually comes up to $120,000. So they've given us $50,000 as half, but the actual bonus value will be a little bit more than that. Will that?
They will have to pay the difference. And remember, keep in mind that this value is established as part of their entitlement. And so the number of square feet on the entitlement, the approval of the project, dictates how much of the sustainable bonus you have to pay. If a development came in and had more square footage than what was entitled or approved by you, the commission, or by one of the advisory boards, if it stays with them, they would either have to go through a major site plan amendment process and be reevaluated. They may have to go through some other process. If it's a planned development, they'd have to come through you and likely have the ordinance redone. And you would at that time be able to request that additional money.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
And I know we're asking a lot of questions, but it's a kind of.
No, this is the whole point. Yes, please ask.
Yeah.
Like.
So if we do this tonight, then we'll still be talking about what the other things are. It's just not stopping it.
Right.
So we have a card from anybody else. Okay, we have a card from Tammy Panza, 116 North L. Please review the sustainability bonus program so things can't be overbuilt. I can't quite read her handwriting. Give more useful things to city. Please allow M Street build with significant changes to make project fit more in the neighborhood, downtown, downtown. No generic, make it a landmark. Okay. And then we have Mr. Rosenshine, who has a comment card here. Mr. Rosenshine, the floor is yours. Got 3 minutes.
Madam Mayor, they have 2 minutes.
2 minutes. See what a generous spirit I have. I'm sorry, you have 2 minutes.
I thought I had 3 minutes.
You have 2. I just found out. Talk fast.
We have a group of people that meet on Sunday, and we've been following the elements, and we have come away with certain facts and impressions that are unsettling. Generally, the CRA needs to shore up its public.
Wait, is this about the sustainability bonus program?
Pardon me?
We're talking about the sustainability bonus.
Yes.
Program. Okay.
You are. Am I losing minutes here?
What?
Am I?
No, go ahead.
Yeah. The CRA needs to shore up its public relations apparatus. Most citizens do not understand what the CRA does, its purpose, whether it operates as a sub-agency of the city or as it's autonomous. Also, we are not sure the level of participation of its commissioners appointed board members. They are to provide oversight of the CRA's policies and decisions. More specifically, we have learned that the past city administration and CRA have spent $4.6 million on the Element property assemblage. The CRA is requiring the developer to purchase it for $2.8 million, a subsidy to the developer of up to $1.8 million. Additionally, approximately $2 million of the original $4.6 million property purchase came from the penny sales tax. It is not clear that the penny sales tax can be expended for this purpose. That's upsetting. The present element renderings are out of scale.
Are you going to get to the sustainability program at some point?
Yes.
Okay.
I was told, first of all, I had 3 minutes. That's what.
Well, it's in the ordinances. Go ahead.
And I only have 2, and that changes things. But I'm going to say this. I was a developer. Before I could gain approval from a municipality for a project, I had to widen roads, build libraries, put an addition on a police station. This is about the
Right, exactly. I understand.
Okay. Much more than the LED lighting, murals, and energy efficient appliances that the developer is offering on the Element. In other words, we really had to make contributions because we were affecting, the public and public services and city services. So it's really important that we understand this. And as I understand it, and I'm shortcutting what I'm presenting, is we have the impression that the CRA is not advocating for the city. It's not assertive enough to protect the city from the impact of the developments that are being offered. And that's very, very important. And I don't understand that. I'm winging it now because I had other things to say. The burden should be placed on the developer if they want to do business in this city, not the other way around. For these reasons, I support a temporary moratorium on all applications involving a sustainable bonus program. It's very important that you start to weigh the contributions that the developer should make, because the impact on fire and police and schools is incredible. That's all I'm asking you to consider. And that has to do with the sustainability bonus that you're going to talk about later. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, might I provide some clarification on that? The sustainable bonus applies in the sense that things that are required by code cannot apply toward the program. As an example, some of the items the gentleman mentioned fall under county concurrency, school concurrency. If the codes of those entities require roadway improvements, South Water Management District requires a canal to be built. If Jamie's group required an infrastructure improvement project, the cost of that does not count toward a sustainable bonus because it's required by code. There are a number of things that people have tried to utilize, very similar examples to what he gave, to compete in the program, and we're like, no, those are required from a code standpoint, regardless of what type of project you are proposing. We're asking you to do something extra, something that is not required by any code. The codes of Lake Worth Drainage District, South Florida Water Management District, the Palm Beach County School Board, Palm Beach County Fire, PBSO, or the city. And so now granted, we are an urbanized community, many things are exempt from concurrency now, but those things that are required by code to support the capacity for a project, the developer is going to still have to do, regardless of whether they are in the sustainable bonus program or not.
Thank you. Thank you. And that's why we're looking at at the program. I mean, that's what we're doing, all this. So I think we have to decide, now Sarah's gone for a minute.
I have many comments, Madam Mayor.
Oh, okay. All right. Madam Clerk, the floor is
Okay.
yours. The floor is yours.
Thank you. First comment is from Nestor Rivera. I would like the commissioners to answer a simple question. With the rising cost of construction, parens, a 2x4 was $4, now it's over $8, end parens, how is any developer supposed to complete a project without the capacity to scale in the downtown area? Then the next comment is from Tim Carey at 1112 North M Street. The affordable housing crisis in Florida and Lake Worth Beach specifically is crushing lower and middle income families. Without higher density projects that include tons of workforce housing, how does the commission plan to attack the affordable housing crisis? The next one is from Tim Anderson at 823 North K Street. Question for the commission. How do lower density projects with less foot traffic along Lake and Lucerne help small businesses struggling to survive? The next one is from Brooke Wazak, 902 South M Street. Question, how does the Gulfstream Hotel as currently proposed get built without a sustainable bonus? If the commissioners are so concerned about sustainable bonus and height, will this jeopardize the Gulfstream Hotel and other projects with any height? The next one is from Katie Lillis at 114 South M Street. Quick question, if the sustainable bonus is quashed or minimized, and with it opportunities for increased density, how does the commission expect any developer to pay for the land acquired by the CRA? Next one is from Joan Lills at 624 North J Street. Over the past 5 years, Lake Worth worked hard to force absentee landlords and deadbeat landlords to improve their rental properties. But hundreds of rental properties throughout Lake Worth still provide dangerous and subpar living conditions for residents. If the commission curtails the sustainable bonus program or imposes a building moratorium, how does the commission intend to provide hundreds of safer and more affordable living opportunities for Lake Worth renters and residents? This one, I have to set the timer. This one is from Gail Silverblatt. I would like of 414 North Ocean Breeze. I would like to see changes made to the sustainable bonus program that provides developers with added height, density, and intensity by adding amenities to their developments. Some of these amenities have included barbecues, dog parks, swimming pools, decking, and paved walkways around their retention pond with their gated projects. These are amenities that should be included in any large-scale residential development to complete an attractive, more rentable project without receiving added height, density, and intensity. I believe the amenities for the sustainable bonuses should be entirely off-site and not adjoining the development to benefit the residents of Lake Worth Beach and not just the residents of the development. If this is not feasible, then the dollar amount developers put on these amenities should be put into a fund for future community improvements for the city of Lake Worth Beach. The developer would still obtain the added height, density, and intensity to their projects, but the residents of Lake Worth Beach would gain the benefits. In 2014, the first project to request the sustainable bonus came before the city commission, and former Commissioner Scott Maxwell objected to the program because the amenities were benefits within the development and did not benefit the community. Now is the time to make those changes to create a sustainable bonus program that benefits the whole community of Lake Worth Beach by stating the amenities must be added entirely off-site and not within the development. The next one is from Desmond Moore at 902 South M Street. Question for the commissioners. Many people are upset about the height that the sustainable bonus allows for, yet Lake Avenue Lofts and Gold Coast Towers are 5 stories. The Lucerne is 6 stories and the one is 4 stories. Why is the height of these proposed CRA projects a problem now? How are these new CRA projects different from those that came before it? This next comment, again, it's a long one. It's from Vito Gianola, Dixie Capital Partners. I am writing regarding the above referenced resolution and in particular to request that the commission vote no to the resolution. The resolution by definition stymies the growth of Lake Worth, and as property owner and developer in the city of Lake Worth Beach, this resolution will force myself and similarly situated companies and individuals to invest elsewhere. Several years ago, I saw the commitment of the Lake Worth Community Redevelopment Agency to smart growth in Lake Worth and invested in and developed property on South Dixie Highway. This property now features a thriving business that creates jobs, contributes higher tax revenue, beautifies the neighborhood, and adds a welcome resource to the community, ultimately increasing property value for all residents. This is just one of the properties I own in the city. I have invested millions in the city and want to develop urban, sustainable projects that add value, people, and jobs to the community. I am looking to put amenities in my development projects that will create better living conditions for current residents, attract out-of-towners who are not currently coming to Lake Worth Beach, and ultimately provide more in taxes to the city than would be provided without these amenities. I'm not interested in skimping on amenities that will result in attracting fewer people to my projects and creating less revenue to sustain the property for years to come. Should the resolution pass, I would be forced to relocate my resources and development plans away from the city. The message would be clear that the city is not interested in attracting serious developers. There are plenty of other cities that do not require developments to provide perks in order to build. Developers are already providing the city millions in taxes and fees. Sending the message that development projects are not welcome will have devastating effects on the city's economy. The city would lose out not just the tax revenue, but the jobs and beautification and corresponding tourism that comes with development. It goes on a little bit longer, but you get the message. The next one is from Oka Sushi and Thai. We are from Oka Sushi Thai Ramen, and we would like to oppose the resolution. We are looking forward to more parking here in the near future. The next one is from Michaela and Danny Clanton. Good afternoon, all. Please confirm that this proposed temporary moratorium does not affect the development of the Gulfstream Hotel, including the additional height, which was approved in late 2020. Thank you in advance for the clarification.
You can be assured it.
This next one is from Shannon Materio at 701 North Dixie Highway. It isn't necessary for the city of Lake Worth Beach mayor and commissioners to vote on a moratorium. You, as the voting policy body, have all the power. The people elected you to exercise this power when an amenity or development comes to you with the request for exceptions. Ask questions in a public meeting, encourage developers to reach out to the community for their input and vote based on the facts. Thank you, Bill and Shannon Materio. The next one is from Suzanne Cabrera at 2101 Vista Parkway. Again, sorry. I am from the Housing Leadership Council of Palm Beach County, and I have worked with the city for over a decade. I want to stress the chilling effect a moratorium, even temporary, will have on developers who want to work with the city. They will view Lake Worth Beach as an unpredictable and even unreliable partner. Time is money for everyone, and I can't imagine a developer, not nonprofit or for-profit, willing to put so much of their own resources into preparing plans or responding to RFPs when they realize they could be shut down on a moment's notice. There are many good projects in the queue that will provide housing and commercial uses that will provide critical revenue to the city. You risk losing that and future revenue with the moratorium. I love Lake Worth Beach and I think it's charming, but you can find a way to have development suit your needs without causing the egregious harm to the city's reputation by shutting things down. Developers can't deal with this risk level and uncertainty and will leave Lake Worth Beach behind. Please don't let that happen and vote against any moratorium. The next one is from Cliff Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. When a developer asks for 50% greater density than our code allows in return for installing energy efficient 5-star appliances And when a developer proposes that the city overlook architectural deficiencies in exchange for a mural that he promises to paint on a wall, clearly the sustainability credit system is being misconstrued, if not abused, by some developers. It is time for a temporary moratorium on accepting development applications under the Sustainable Bonus Program until that system can be reviewed by the new commission to make sure that such credits are being used for a genuine public purpose. The last one that I'm going to read, and then there's one that
I'm out.
Are you giving up?
No. Sydney Lesowitz, all of the objectors have no skin in the game. And I think this is for this one. He doesn't have which item it is. All of the objectors have no skin in the game. See the progress of Delray, then approve the forward thinking supported by the investors and supporters of Lake Worth Beach. Sincerely, 811 Lake Avenue. The last one, Keith, if you could bring in Thomas Conboy.
He's here.
He's
not online.
Okay, if he could read he asked to read his own comments into Zoom, and I'm going to set the timer for 2 minutes.
Okay. Good evening.
Madam Mayor,
Thank you.
honorable commissioners.
Yep.
You all were elected very, very decisively. And there was a reason for that. The last commission didn't listen to the people. The CRA was running amok. We have no idea with these land assemblages what was going on. You all looked into your first development and you found out that this sustainability bonus was greenwashing. We all know what greenwashing is, right?
No.
Greenwashing is when we pretend to be green, but we're not really green.
Okay.
We pay for that greenness.
Right.
We pay for the clock at the beach. I don't know where the clock at the beach even comes in as sustainable, right? We're talking about a moratorium on the sustainability piece for a little while for you guys to figure it out. 50% more development, right? The reality is that we don't know that the tax, the 1 cent sales tax, penny sales tax was used to buy properties by the CRA. And then there's RFPs that go absolutely against what that 1 penny sales tax was supposed to be, right? We need to know what's going on. So I absolutely support this moratorium. You should not be afraid of this moratorium. You should not be afraid of it because A, it doesn't stop all development in this town. All it does is it puts a hold on this sustainability piece until you get a hold of it, right? If we're doing increased density here, we need to know what it is. There are a lot of concerns about what the CRA has done. We still don't have any new appointments to the CRA board from the new commissioners. And that's very, very disturbing. We need to figure out whether we should kill the CRA altogether, or whether we should reform it, or whether we should put this moratorium down. So I hope that you guys will vote for this moratorium tonight, put it in place. It doesn't stop all development in this town. It doesn't stop development at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have, it seems like we have 3 options. One is do nothing, which is not an option. Another option would be to do the moratorium as in the commission in the packet. The third option is for, and let me state this so that I get it right. That if one of those projects that's up on that list came in, we would quantify what they're trying to do. We would get half the money up front, but then when they finally came to an approval process, and by this time the sustainability program has changed a little bit, they would be affected by the change. They would have to pay more than the other half. They would have to pay what the actual amount is. And that's a little, I'm sure, that there's a little unpredictability in that, but there's not that, I mean, the projects that we're looking at are fairly significant. So if I'm stating that right, and Mr. Waters, tell me if I'm wrong, that would keep the projects going, but it would also give us the freedom to change the sustainability bonus program while that's happening. We would not be locked in with those projects to the current sustainability agenda or requirements. And am I correct in that? Sarah saying yes, Mr. Waters?
Almost.
Almost.
As an entitlement process, the sustainable bonus is incorporated in that. And so whatever value is established when it's 5 and 10 right now, and a project were to come in under the zoning in progress, if they met the sustainable bonus requirement at that time, the only way that number or value would change is if they wanted to amend their project to allow more square foot, say that something occurred and they wanted to add something additional, then the new value would apply if it had been put in place. But if the project didn't change at all, how it was approved at the time it was approved would run with it.
So that doesn't really change it.
No,
well, it does change it in the sense that you're getting it. If you go the route that I was recommending, you would get a check versus if you left it just the way it is, most likely you would not get one.
I have a very high level of discomfort that, hey, we're not going to do a moratorium. We're going to come up with an alternate way. There's clearly a lot of community disgruntlement in how we've been doing things, but here the developer will give you a check and we should just go forward because you're getting a check. That's not a review of the program. I think it's very important to be clear. Even if we had a moratorium, that does not stop development. It just says the sustainable bonus program might be off the table. Now, if a developer says, well, I can't do anything without the sustainable bonus program, that's a choice that the developer can make.
Well, I think clarified going back to the program, any project that's more than 2 stories or taller than 30 feet has to participate in the sustainable bonus program. So every single project that I've listed there is either a 3-story or taller project or is taller than 30 feet. That doesn't, and I don't know what the density or intensity bonuses they might like to have. So unless you're going to build a 2-story building in the city and you don't need any additional floor area ratio, you don't need any additional density, that will be all that can move forward if you put the moratorium in place.
So 2-story houses essentially.
Well, single family doesn't apply unless you are asking for, in a single story house, if you are asking for additional lot area coverage, and this is something that Mr. McVoy helped me put together. We have an incentive for houses that are single story where they can have more lot coverage than a 2-story house. But in order to do that, they have to incorporate some sustainable features.
And this would apply to commercial properties.
It applies across the entire city.
Right. So
again, any project taller than 2 stories and 30 feet has to be in the program. Okay. Any project wanting additional density than the base density that's in the code has to be in the program.
Only if they want additional density. I mean, only if they like our ordinances, they can build it without the additional density, then they're not in this club. It doesn't matter, correct?
Unless the project's over 2 stories.
But if it's over 2 stories and they don't want any additional density.
That is the additional density.
Well,
They can't build over 2 stories
you
without being
can.
in this program.
Yeah, but
they can't.
But you can build a 5-story, you can build a 3-story or 4-story building and there's the zoning says this project can have X amount of units. This is my understanding is the sustainability program comes in when they want X amount of units plus 10
no,
or whatever.
No, again, it's very simple. Any project that wants to be taller than 2 floors must be in this program. It's a 2-tiered program. So if you want to build a 4-story building with 2 units in it, you're in the program. If you want to build a 3-story building, 15 units, and the code allows you to have 30 units, you're in the program. The 3 projects that first came in, Village of Lake Osborne, Village of Lake Worth, and La Jolla, did not max out the zoning that's under the code, but all 3 are taller than 2 stories. and had to participate in the program in order to get their third floor.
So just to be very clear, I think you're clear, William, in what you've said. Let's say that you're in an area that's zoned 5 stories, for example.
Right.
What the mayor is saying is, well, you should be able to go ahead with the 5 stories. What you're saying is, no, the way we've set up this program, doesn't matter if the zoning gives you 5. If you're over 2, you got to be in our program.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
so that means-
that's important for us to understand. I don't think we fully understood that.
And Madam Mayor, I appreciate when this was developed,
Right.
we're very concerned about the market
Mhm.
delivering the very basic penitentiary style, max out what you could do just to get a project built without all these things that may be now called greenwashing and everything else, and it's being vilified. That was not the intent.
Right.
The market at the time this was all created didn't exist for this city in the way that it's now ramping up.
Right.
And you're appropriately asking the right questions. So if you have that understanding, you can understand the parameters that were created. Anything over 2 stories, we were trying to really encourage quality things that seem now to be kind of basic,
Right.
but they weren't.
Right. That's why it started. I
Right.
understand that.
Right. There was no ill intent behind this.
And that's where there's an intent now to, okay, maybe things are different. We need to relook at this. How we should do the process of relooking, should we color the moratorium, should we do it on the fly? I think there's some room. And maybe William suggested one approach, which is, if I understood William's suggestion, do it as a zoning in progress that leaves us the possibility to make some incremental adjustments over the next number of months, which, as the mayor points out, that does increase uncertainty, because depending on where you come in during those months, we may have decided that, you got to paint all the buildings blue or some crazy thing, whatever it is. There is some uncertainty in that approach, and we have to accept that if that's how we want to go. But I think the other thing that the 2 pieces I heard from William is he's encouraging us to do the zoning in progress, leave some room, but allow these things that are taller than 2 stories to go forward, but make half of it be a donation to the city, a financial donation, and adjust the list to at least exclude, I think it was on-site recreation things. I would say, from what I'm hearing from various folks, pretty much everything that's on site probably ought to be excluded. And with the possible exception, maybe a lead building is a reasonable, that truly is a sustainability contribution, depending on what level of lead, or the green building one. But that's where I think we've got this does take some thought.
Mhm.
A dog park is, if it's on site, yeah, that's a ant.
Yeah.
That's
So-
an amenity the developer can choose. So if we're going to move forward with this zoning in progress thing, I think we need to look at that list fairly carefully and decide now, what things do you want to knock off, and then decide whether we're okay with the put money in the pot.
But keep in mind, we can keep changing, like we can keep working on this list or add 2 things now that time has changed.
But I'm just, and maybe I'm just old and stupid, but it sounds like these projects that are there would still be allowed to include current, if we change it tonight, if we take out dog parks and tot lots, that would apply to these programs that we've got listed up there, the projects we've got listed up there, William?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we could change, because I asked before if we could change, if they would start out with what we are quantifying now, pay us 50%. But in the meantime, in the process, as they go through the permit process, they understand that there might be some changes and it might be some more. Does that sound?
I misunderstood your question. I mean, I was going with the fact that you were going to go ahead and remove on-site active and passive recreation and a couple other things. Those projects could move forward, incorporating the other types of on-site amenities and pay the check. As you're discussing other changes, new projects that aren't in the pipeline would have to apply those new variables as they come about.
Right, but if it's one of those projects that you've got listed, they would be exempt from that.
They would be exempt from that, but they would have to apply and utilize whatever on-site improvements you're going to continue to allow, and also write the 50% check, or you could change that check amount and require lower percentage or higher percentage.
So if tonight, if we decided to go with the zoning, and I'm, I don't want to belabor, but I just want to understand because
It's very important, so please.
If tonight we said, okay, let's do the zoning in progress, and we're going to take out dog parks and tot lots and on-site recreation of passive and active, tonight that comes off the list. Could we do that?
Yes, ma'am.
We can
Okay,
do that. But
okay.
we should work through that list and think about what are the things, you've mentioned a couple, but we should walk through that list. I think we could do that.
Well, look at
relatively
it.
quickly.
Don't you have it in front of you?
It's here.
You have
You
this.
got it on the paper.
You got this in front
Yeah,
of you.
no, well, I don't have the paper.
No,
It's on the desk.
here.
I got it too.
We all have it.
Get the whole.
Fine.
There you go.
One more.
Okay.
It's also, if the presentation is still being shared, that the slide's up on the screen.
That's up on the
Yeah,
slide.
that's what I'm looking at. is the
I'm
slide.
wondering, why do we have to have enhanced landscaping? Why doesn't our landscaping code make it like really
I
a
think
lot of
We
landscape?
have one of the most stringent landscape codes there is, and Dave McGrew is due a lot of credit for that. If you would like to put larger species of trees or more trees than the landscape code requires, the value of that additional size or those additional species counts in the program. If you do improved open space versus, let's say that you have open space that could be just grass and you wanted to make it a garden or a topiary, something that actually benefits the public, then that improved open space, the value differential could count. So you again, the requirements of the code have to be met first, and things that are provided that are above and beyond what the code requires could count if they fall under the list. I think people are missing that point or that part.
And the community garden, is that within on-site or out of site?
It could be either one. There was a community garden incorporated in La Jolla as part of its project. And then another project that didn't actually come to be promoted, actually doing a community garden on a city parcel.
Okay, so do we want to go through the list?
Yeah, I would say let's go through the list
Okay.
and just sort of see how we feel about them. I think that'd be useful, and then we can move from there.
Okay.
LEED certification, I'm fine with. Florida Green Building.
Hold on, before you leave the LEED certification, Mr. McVoy, we do equate LEED certification to Green Globe certification and World Health Building certification. And there's one other one that's an international certification that's on the same level as LEED. So I would encourage, if somebody wanted to use any one of those four, they're all fairly equal. They're just administered in a different way, that you would allow that.
Approved.
Okay.
The historic preservation, I don't think that's going to apply very often, but I'm fine with it.
So why put it in?
Landscaping, what's that?
What is historic preservation in the new project?
Yeah.
Currently, right now, if you incorporate a historic preservation project such as the Gulf Stream, you can meet half of your sustainable bonus by doing that project.
Just by doing it?
Yes, but you have to do it.
Something to that.
Okay.
Promises,
Fine.
promises.
That one, I have mixed feelings about the enhanced landscaping because I kind of agree with the mayor that that should be in our code anyhow, but
He's saying this is above code.
I think we should
It
look at
is.
what, I think we should keep it in, but we might want to look at what it means too, and if we can.
define
Does it incorporate native plants, like
So
what
that's-
does it mean? But I think. it's-
We require native plant percentage. We have a minimum amount of shade trees. Palm trees can't count as shade trees. We have a very stringent landscape code. And so if you were going to do way more than that, and it would have to be native, it likely would not be allowed to be palm trees and a number of other things, then it does count under the current program.
okay, fine. Public art within the property, I have a bit of a problem with. I love public art. I don't have any problem with that. But if it's within the development, that doesn't really benefit the community that
So
much.
off-site?
Offsite, so it would be fine with
Excuse
me.
me, Madam Mayor.
Yep.
Motion to extend the meeting an hour.
Do we have a second?
Second,
All in favor?
all right.
Aye, thank you. You'll let her, you tell me that's okay. Anticipating it.
Public space, yeah, thank you for, public space is, again, a little bit unclear. If it's within a development, does that benefit the community?
We have two projects that have public open space, like a plaza with public art and amenities within it. One of them is actually a tot lot that's open to the public. It is on the site, but it's open to the public.
And do you have any sense, I know that we've talked about that for certain things, for parking, for other things. In practice, does any of the non-residential to the project public use them? Like I'm all for community gardening, and it could even be community garden that's open to the public, but in the vast majority of cases, it's probably not going to work within the project, that the enthusiasm to keep it going, the feeling of comfort to go into that area.
But we're just giving them an option to do that. We can't dictate if successful it's gonna be. I mean,
No,
that's.
but we're, by giving them enhanced density, giving them enhanced height, we're giving quite a bit of, we're going above the zoning. The benefit that comes to the community needs to be significant.
But I think that we can refine this. I think tonight we're
Later,
talking
just trying
about,
to scratch and go.
let's do something tonight so that we can
All right.
define it better later.
I don't know what sound attenuation. I guess I'd skip on that one. On-site active and passive recreation, I think we took those off. Multimodal transportation, that sounds pretty good.
Well, define a little.
It'd be nice to have some clear, would Commissioner Robinson's proposal that the Avantis, whatever they were called, that used to be Golden Roads, we encouraged them to do that, but they didn't
But
bite.
again, we can keep this on and move it forward. And then.
I mean, how can they set up a bus?
No, but I feel like that's like the area for your lift station to come in, which is great because we don't want to have the lift, the Uber and the lift station so that we can get people to not spend $1 million on cars and to build a million parking lots.
The lift station for me is sewer.
A lift
That's-
Uber, more bike spaces, more things, bike lockers, things like that are really encouraging. also.
Yeah. that
Excuse
sounds
me,
fun.
William, I have a question in regards to the multi-module transportation. Does that include electric vehicle charging stations?
They're already required in the code.
Right.
Okay.
They can provide more of them if they wished. And we already have a project, the Bohemian, that incorporated a Lyft and Uber transfer location where you can pull the car off the street and park it there and pick up people. We have a multimodal transfer thing that on one project involves bicycles, mopeds, and the public access to a bicycle or a moped that's coming. So it's multimodal in terms of facilitating something on site that facilitates other means of transportation other than a car.
Thank you.
And Golden Roads have plug-in spots.
And the whole last mile concept, I hope, kind of fits in that the people thinking about transportation, that last mile, how do you get to from where you live or where you work to the public transportation? It's important. So I think that incorporates that. Dog parks and tot lots, off-site maybe, but on-site, I would say no. Bus and transit shuttle, that's fine. Enhanced security, that's fine. That was brought up with the ring thing. So I think we've made some headway. I can feel.
Well, enhanced security is on site.
But it's security features around the whole property is what we talked about.
Fine, it doesn't matter. So where are we? What do we, how does everyone like this list?
So we just basically took off passive, active, and dog parks and tot lots?
Active, passive, dog lots, tot lots.
And made it clear that the art is open to the public or available to the public, not with internal within the project.
Right. I mean, the other things have value. They value to other, Commissioner Stokes.
I'm very happy with where we're heading in here. I just want to address a few of the things that we heard before because we skipped over why we weren't going in the moratorium and dug right in here. And I think that's the right decision. I think there's a huge concern with particular development. I think there's a huge concern with particular developments in this city. And I would hate for one or two developments that don't fit our needs to prevent developments that do. So I am not against increased density if we want to keep housing affordable for people. If we want to stop building out into the Everglades, we have to increase our density, but we just need to make sure we're doing it in the way that is suitable for our city and what the people elected us to do. So I think that's why we all agree a moratorium isn't the right thing because we want these developers, we want the right kind of development. We don't want to send the wrong message. The sustainable bonus incentive program isn't the cause of, one particular development that kind of ran out of control or the other. So I don't want to, and we're working on it and we made a lot of progress tonight and we'll have more conversations. And I think We've heard several times to talk about the downtown area. I do think we need to have a workshop on the downtown area, and I don't want to see that derail all the other things that are going on in the city.
Correct.
So I just wanted to put that out there.
The L&M project is not included in
Agreed.
this.
Outspoken, Miss.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Stokes. So, what are we doing?
Now it's Christie's turn.
So, Madam Mayor, what it sounds like is there perhaps might be a motion to revise the resolution to be a zoning in progress only resolution that would amend the current sustainability program to remove dog parks and tot lots, active and passive recreation, require public art and public spaces, well, public art to be off-site and public spaces to be available to the public. And then to require that the calculation result in a 50% payment from the developer to the city into the trust fund.
Correct, what she said.
Okay, with the understanding if it gets higher, they're gonna have to pay more.
If they modify the project
Right.
and it changes that calculation, they would have to repay the additional amount.
And not to be into the details, but to make sure that we're understanding, suppose that in our future deliberations here, we make an adjustment to the $5
Right, I was
per
just
square foot
wondering
or the
about
10, would that then, let's say they put in 50, but under our revised, they should put in 60. Do they need to put in this 10 more? Just
What you would look at is, you're gonna look at your application date, and you're gonna look at your zoning in progress resolution. If we do this resolution, if this resolution gets approved, then the applications after this resolution is adopted, which we could do tonight, if you give me the ability to draft the resolution based on your motion, adopt it tonight. The applications that are received hereafter would have to follow that zoning in progress. If you wanted to, in the meantime, change that resolution to tweak the program further, you would do another resolution to tweak the program. Or we could just do a more in-depth analysis and come back with a true ordinance that overhauls the program as you desire.
Which that makes sense to me.
Because another aspect to Mayor and Commissioners and Christie is if you wanted to change the square foot value, that's in the formal fees and schedules and charges of the city. That will be up for debate very, very soon as part of the FY22 budget. And we'll have some information as to whether or not those numbers should stay like they are, should they be raised. Once those are raised, which normally goes into effect October 1st, any project dated on or after that date would have to pay that new amount.
Okay.
Clarity is just.
But these guys would not. These guys would, this list would not, correct, or would they?
Because,
well, it depends on when they make their application. I mean, some people have been rather slow getting their applications and even.
These haven't been applied for.
Correct, these are just in the pipeline, talked about.
Okay.
Motion to do what Christie just did, because I'm not gonna repeat all of that.
What she said. And then that could be, we could pass that resolution sort of or tennis tonight?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we will make that change and we will present it to you. And as long as it's consistent with what's been said here tonight,
Okay.
we'll sign it off so that an application comes in tomorrow, they will be subject to that zoning in progress.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, motion carries.
Thank you very much for working with us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Close.
What?
Good.
We extended the meeting, almost there. Where did it?
Let's hope we don't have to do it again.
No.
No. All right. Item B.
For that one.
I am.
Item B.
On the train track, you guys.
Item B, I'm trying here. Item B. Agreement with Triple M Roofing for the Palm Beach County Fire Rescue Station Number 2 roof replacement project. Is there a presentation by staff?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commission.
Hey.
Not a presentation, but this is just another maintenance item. The Fire Station 2 roof, which is at the north end of Detroit, is well beyond its useful life. We've been dealing with leaks and everything else for years now. So this item is basically bringing it forward to replace the roof on this building that we own, that the Palm Beach County Fire occupies and leases from us.
Motion to approve.
Second, anybody?
Can we make it white?
Second,
And their contract is coming up when?
whose contract?
The fire,
What does that got to do with it?
TBSO is this year, not
but I just,
our bill.
I would like to, under budget consideration, I would like to include some improved maintenance issues in their contract.
It's not, it's our building.
But
Yes,
we
I
can look
know.
at how much they're leasing it from.
Yeah.
Like, are they paying the appropriate rate to lease? It's our building, we have to maintain it.
Right.
Are we getting the right amount? I think we can look at.
But
Madam Mayor,
second,
I believe it's covered on the MSTU, so there's not
Yeah.
a separate contract.
Right.
That's our contract.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, were there any public comment cards on this one? I keep forgetting that.
Not on this one, Madam Mayor.
No, Madam Mayor.
Item C, Resolution 22-2021, Budget Amendment for Fiscal Year 2021 for the electric utility to replenish its vegetation management account with $350,000. Do we have a presentation from staff?
No presentation, Madam Mayor and Commissioners, just a few comments to help explain. This is merely a replenishment of the vegetation management account with dollars from the fund balance. The dollars were used and intended to be replenished. They were used for two other activities. One was storm-related work for which invoices were offered late from the vendor, but the work was done properly. And also some work that we did on our electric distribution system with L.E. Myers. This was work that was identified during infrared inspection late summer, and then we corrected about 130 plus hotspots as an outcome of that, and we have more to go. So we needed a place to fund it for quickly, and we funded it out of vegetation management with the intention of replenishing the vegetation management account at a later time, which we're asking to do now.
Because Tropical Storm Isaiah took a lot of that money? That was what that was sprouted from?
No, Tropical Storm Isaiah was only about $50,000 of it. I say only, but because out of the 350 it was only 50. Another 280 or so was related to the work that we did on the infrared hotspot repairs. And those were impending failures that we identified through infrared. And then that's something we're going to be doing on a regular basis. And going forward, we'll have its own line item in our maintenance budget.
Okay, so the hot spots were identified and taken care of, and that's this 300, that's the rest of the money.
That's
Commissioner,
correct.
thank you. Commissioner Malega.
I just wanted to let you know that I did inquire in regards to FEMA replenishing the funds because it was a tropical storm. It just does not meet the guidelines.
Right, thank you.
Can't reach into that pocket.
They probably, okay, do I have a motion? Any
I
public
have
comment?
a
Any
comment
public
card.
comment? I remembered it.
I don't know if Thomas Conboy is still up there. Is he in the room?
I believe he left.
Okay, because it does say that he'd like us to read the comment. So please, he's from 30 South M Street. Please require a state licensed arborist to oversee all tree trimming associated with this funding. If contractors do not follow the code, they should be heavily fined. My mango tree and several other trees were trimmed by hacks. Cuts were not made appropriately, and the health and look of my trees has suffered.
Thank you.
That's it.
Any others? Any other comments?
I don't have any others.
Okay. Mr. Liberty, I do have a question following up on that. And I've heard quite a few complaints about the way that the alleys were trimmed. Do we have a certified, who's doing it? Because is Mr. Liberty there?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Okay. Hi.
Almost.
There you go. I've seen and I've heard a lot of complaints about the way this was done. And I'm wondering, I mean, it looked like some guy with a chainsaw went out there and just did what he wanted to do. So who do we hire? I mean, what do we require them to have?
I can get back to you with more specific details, but generally speaking, we hire a Davy Tree under a contract. It's a multi-year contract. That's a publicly bid contract, and they do this work for us. The electric utility does have the right to trim vegetation within X number of feet. I believe that's
Right.
10 feet, and we trim clear to the sky. We trim our main lines, what we call the feeders, our major circuits, our laterals. The trimming of the vegetation and tree limbs around the service lines that go from the pole to the home, that's the responsibility of the homeowner. We do clear about 5 feet, or the business owner, we do clear about 5 feet around the pole itself. So we've run into a lot of trouble. This is not unusual in the utility industry, where customers complain about the way that the trees are trimmed. But basically, it's our right to trim to keep our lines safe and keep the service as reliable as possible for our customers. I can check to see if they have an arborist. I don't know offhand if they do. I'm assuming that they do because they're national. They're not a local small company. They're a national firm. We can certainly ask them about whether they have an arborist on staff, and certainly take a look at some specific examples and say that there's a concern here, and then see that the trimming be done in a better fashion to be more.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the need, but I also think that we need to pay attention to, if we can find that out, I think that's a reasonable request.
I think it is, but vegetation contacts and then animal contacts, that animals that climb the vegetation and get in the lines, are a significant issue for us. And we've raised our vegetation management expense already quite a bit to get ahead of outages. That's not unique to Lake Worth Beach. That's certainly something that's unique to an area that's, has such heavily wooded sections like we do. Even though you don't think of it as a forest, when you get into the backyards and up and down these streets, it certainly feels that way from a power company point of view. But we can certainly be talking to the arborist and be much more sensitive to it.
I have a question about the timeline of when you identify an issue and when you go out and trim it. I know you probably don't want to say, oh, there's a problem there, let me wait a week to get back to it. But is there any notice to the owner of saying, you're infringing on our wires and we're going to cut it, and
it's in the public right away.
It's in our right of way. We are on we're trying to get to nominally a 3-year cycle, so that all of our main lines and laterals will be trimmed on a 3-year basis. That's separate than the cycle which we're also responsible for, which is the mowing and the clearing of the alleys, which is not the norm for electric utility, but in Lake Worth, apparently it is. We take care of mowing and clearing of alleyways, but we are on nominally trying to get to about a 3-year cycle of clearing the right of ways. What also happens is, if we have a tree that is off the cycle, where we need to address it immediately, we'll let our vegetation folks know to get in there and make a repair or make some necessary cuts. Now, there's also situations where we may have some local storm damage, something that the wind blew really hard during thunderstorms or something like that, where it blows a tree over into the lines, in which case we would trim immediately so that we can do the work.
This is. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was this item.
Okay, no, it's not.
But I think if there's a specific customer concern over how we trimmed that tree, I'd like to have it so we can go take a look and reconcile that to what our normal procedures are, and have a discussion with our contractor to say, this was in line with procedures or was it not in line with procedures, and make sure that we correct the work practice going forward if it's called for.
Is it okay if I give Mr. Conway contact information for you to talk to him about it?
I can send this card to directly to Mr. Liberty.
Absolutely.
He'll have all the information.
And also, a message to the public, obviously, going directly to the commission and to the mayor and reading, will certainly get you attention. But if there's if you have a concern in the moment, reach out to us that day, and don't wait a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks after the fact, or even a month or so to come back to us. We'll try to address it right away.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Liberty. We just got another comment card from Richard Stowe. 2 minutes. This is only about the trees. The other one is too late. You can't.
That's advanced.
Right. That's.
My name is Richard Stowe, 414 North Federal Highway. I don't know if Mr. Liberty's still on, but I'd like to introduce myself to him. I am the vice chair of the City Tree Board, and I would like to meet with Mr. Liberty at our hopefully next City Tree Board meeting. Have it join us. Is he still on?
Yeah, he is.
I'm still here. It's your 2 minutes. I'm listening.
Yeah. So Could I get your contact information?
The clerk, I think, will put you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then additionally, I'd like a follow-up as to whether your firm is using certified arborists.
He's already said he'll do that.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that I want that to go through the tree board also. All right,
Madam Mayor, I'll handle that.
Okay, thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard.
Yeah. And Mr. Stowe, your other card can't be read. It's too late. Okay, thank
No,
you.
no worries.
Okay. Okay, so
Did we approve that one?
do we have a motion?
I made a
Motion.
motion.
And we have a second
I'll second or.
by Mr. McVoy. All in favor?
Aye.
Right.
Motion carries unanimously. Next one is a work order number 5 with Global Tech for design build services for the water treatment plant. Do I have a staff presentation? I'm losing my ability to speak. Do I have a presentation from staff on this one?
Brian?
Yep, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. No presentation, just a quick explanation. Global
Okay.
Tech is our design build consultant, and this is a work order to them in order to put a bypass system in at the flash mixer, which is the very first step in our treatment process, where we add lime into the raw water for softening. That structure was built in the 1950s, has never been rehabilitated, so we need the ability to get in there and do concrete repairs. And in order to do that, we got to put in bypass piping. So this is for hydraulic improvements at the water plant and improvements to the flash mixer box. It's funded by the recently obtained utility, electric, and water bond.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by McVoy, second by Robinson.
If that's going to take care of the sewer smell on Luzerne Avenue.
No, sir.
No, but don't worry about it.
It's after the water's used.
Yeah, right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you,
Thank
Brian.
you.
Brian,
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
back to watching TV.
E.
Thank you for your patience.
E, appointment of a commission member to the Multi-Jurisdictional Issues Coordination Forum. Do I have a motion? Is there a presentation from staff?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I would very much like to serve in this capacity after doing due diligence and research in regards to what is entitled, because this was not something that was obviously out in the public and talked about
Yeah.
very often. I think it's important, after speaking to the city manager and to the assistant city manager, and really wrapping my head around what this entails. It's going to be basically working with the surrounding cities and being at the table for the things that affect us, like the C-51 canal, like the building of a fast train, things like that,
Okay.
train station. So
Do I have a motion?
I would be interested in.
Yeah, do I have a motion?
Motion to nominate Sarah Malega as the representative.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Congratulations. Good work. We know you are very good at that.
Oh, my wife might not like me.
What'd she
I
say?
said my wife might not like me after this. but-
I know, right? Yeah. Well, it's only quarterly meetings. So that's good. Okay, the next one is the appointing the interim, appointing the interim city manager. And I'm just looking at my script here where we're at. There we go. I have a comment card about.
I have a comment card.
Okay, I don't think do we need a presentation from staff? I don't know that we need a presentation from staff. Okay, so let's have the comment cards.
Do you have one, or do you want me to read mine?
You go ahead and read yours and then we'll invite Mr.
Okay. Again, this is from Thomas Conboy, 30 South M Street. His comment is, Jamie Brown, our Public Works Director, is a well-respected manager in the city of Lake Worth. Many of the residents find him knowledgeable and trustworthy. He would make an excellent interim city manager. Please appoint Mr. Brown as our interim city manager. That's the end of my comments.
Okay, Mr. Stowe?
Yes, I just wanted to say that we have one, Ruiz, acting as the deputy city manager right now. Assistant city manager. is there a feasibility? Is it feasible to like bring in an outside city manager for like a 3-month period?
It is something that we talked about, and we're here to talk about it tonight.
So if it is, it certainly would be worth, appointing like an outside manager to get new vision and new voice to the city during the time when we're doing our executive search. And still obviously have Juan Ruiz, whatever experience he's accumulated in his role to work with that interim city manager. So I'm open to the idea of if we can find someone suitable.
Thank you.
To look good.
Okay, let's start with Commissioner Maliga.
I've had many conversations with department heads and with neighborhood associations. It's amazing the people who've been reaching out to me in regards to this conversation. While I do appreciate Mr. Stowe's comment, it is very important right now that this city as a whole show that we are stable, that we have conduit between all of us. And we've already had a lot of changes, in my opinion, between the commission, the mayor, and now Mr. Bornstein leaving. I think that it's the right thing. Juan has earned his place at the table. He knows all the different ins and outs and the programs and things that are happening right now. His staff is very fond of working with him and for him. I've had conversations with people who directly to him. Give me 10 seconds.
Yeah, come on, German.
So, I mean, since Mr. Bornstein, resigned, obviously this is something we've all been thinking about and working on. And, I actually brought up the opportunity of, possibly moving forward and giving Mr. Juan Ruiz the opportunity to serve as the city manager. And the interim could be 6 months, could be a year. We don't know what the interim is right now.
I don't know.
Depending on how many people we get to the table and who works out with our vetting process. So I am making a motion to approve Mr. Juan Ruiz as the interim city manager, which would then direct HR, am I right, Christy, to have a conversation and what that looks like.
Anybody else?
Well, I thought we were going to kind of go through.
Yeah, I thought we were going to talk a little bit.
I think there are reasonable arguments to be made in this sort of situation where we were in process of doing a national search. To either bring in, it's typical to bring in a retired city manager from the outside or promote somebody temporarily from the inside.
Right.
I think you can make arguments either way. I would hope that our process leans toward the shorter but thorough. So I'm thinking more in the 3 to 6 months timeframe. I think that we could get along all sorts of different ways. If we simply had an assistant city manager and that's how we dealt with things, that would be fine. I personally think that if it's in the 3 to 6 months timeframe, probably bringing in somebody outside means that they spend the first part of that getting up to speed. I do not have a problem with Juan serving as the interim, as long as we are all very clear about a constant commitment to a national level search.
We've done that.
So as long as we're clear on that, then I'm fine with it.
Okay, anybody else, Mr. Robinson? Oh, Ms. Stokes.
I also agree that having that stability is very important. I really do. The stability, that having the stability is important, and that our staff is comfortable and that we can continue working together and move forward. I do think that there are some ways of doing business that have happened in the previous commission that we're going to want to change though. And so I just want to let, Juan know that I support him doing it. We're going to be talking, I think Thursday, about some of the changes that we want to see. So just with the understanding that it's, not going to just be kind of business as usual in the past. And as we've mentioned before, Commissioner Robinson, making sure that we know all the conversations that are going on and that we maybe have more input on what's going to be on the agenda. We're going to be talking all about that on the workshop. So those would be the kinds of things that would concern me with not getting an outside person in here. But I think it's more important to keep that stability, and then all of us can talk publicly about the understanding of how things are going to operate.
Mr. Robinson, any words for you? Okay.
Second the motion.
Okay, I have a little word I'd like to say, if you don't mind. Is it okay, Herman? Oh, thanks. I
It's a
appreciate
little
that.
word, like
Just a little-
three initial, 3
You
letters.
had more than that.
Little word, like 3 initials.
No, I'm going to use syllabic word.
Modal words.
Okay, yeah, when we talked about this at first, I had thought about bringing in a retired person or something. I spoke with Juan at length about this, about, some of the things that you brought up. And I think the stability and the continuity, he does know what's going on. We are setting policy, and I think we're making that pretty clear. And I think to have somebody come in, you've got to train, Juan has to train him for the first few months. So I think that it makes much more sense just to keep Juan there with the understanding that, be some changes. But I think that makes sense. So do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Robinson, for the opportunity to speak. Do I have a second?
I made the motion, Mr. Robinson, Commissioner Robinson.
Commissioner Robinson. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Any motion carries unanimously. All right, city attorney's report. Do you have a report?
Yes, Madam Mayor, it's just a request for another closed attorney-client session.
Yeah.
I'm opposed to that. I mean, there's way too many of these. I know.
When is this next one?
The city attorney desires advice from the Lakewood Beach City Commission concerning pending litigation, specifically regarding settlement negotiations and strategy related to the beach expenditures in the case of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida versus the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and Peter G. Gaynor in his official capacity. Case number 19-CB-11-811-40 Singhal. And I am requesting a closed attorney-client session to be scheduled for May 18, 2021 at 5 p.m. The estimated length of the attorney-client session will be approximately 45 minutes. The session will be attended by members of the City Commission, Mayor Betty Resch, Vice Mayor Herman Robinson, Commissioner Sarah Maliga, Kim Stokes, and Christopher McCoy, City Manager Michael Bornstein, and City Attorney Glenn Torcivia, and outside counsel Ernie Abbott and Michelle Salzberg. Certified court reporter will be present to ensure that the session is fully transcribed, and the transcript will be made public upon the conclusion of the cited ongoing litigation and all appellate rights.
Motion to approve?
Motion to
You don't need
approve.
to make a motion, just a notice.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's already in my calendar. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
City manager, would you stop? Would you have like a date?
Don't even have it.
Chill out, Herman. Good Lord.
Meeting that's.
I know, I want you to have a report, just to keep his
I'm going to
fair.
report.
Make it up.
No, I wanted to thank the commission for the meetings that we had with the Gills as we move into the next stages of conversations and commitments as that project moves forward. Just wanted to reiterate that as we made notes on the conversations and to Commissioner Robinson's pained understanding of how we deal with the Sunshine Law. Please be patient with us, but we are really working to try to bring this back to you on the 25th so that y'all have a good, healthy discussion as that project is really important for us. I'm looking forward to the 18th conversation. You've already dove into it's things that are kind of out of order from when we first talked about taking these issues up. But the conversation you just had with William over the sustainable bonus program was very helpful to staff, providing some direction and things that we can work with. So I just want to say that we really appreciate that and the clarity. And as we work together, please be patient with us, but we're trying to cover all these things in a short period of time. And it's going to require a lot of time and effort on your part, but it's well worth it. So thank you.
Thank you. Motion, Mr. Robinson, would you like to make a motion?
To adjourn.
And do we have a second?
I think we can second.
All right, all in favor? Good night.
No discussion.
After discussion,
No discussion.
multi-syllable discussion.
Multi-syllable.
Syllabic.
Almost too late.
Thank you, Mr.